All right, Coach, we're here at Stevenson tonight. Take
and it creates the type of adversarial situation where
2021 TE16. Put your hands together and pay attention to the multimedia screens.
right, check 1, 2. Check, check, check.
Welcome to York College Basketball on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
Here's Wagner in rhythm. A three. Got it. Top of the lane. Back out to Gord, right side. Step back. Three. Hits again.
The Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. York.
Here's a three. Caleb Ferris nails it. Goes to Wagner. Three. It's good. It's good.
Now for the call of today's game, here's the voice of the Spartans, Daryl Henry.
Good evening, everyone, from Owings Mills Gymnasium here just off the Baltimore Beltway. Welcome to York College Basketball. Tonight, a MAC Commonwealth doubleheader on the road as the Spartans take on the Stevenson University Mustangs to kick off the final month of the regular season. Hi again, everybody. Daryl Henry with you. Welcome to Spartan Hoops. And the women up first here tonight with York looking to bounce back from a loss on Saturday at home against Messiah. They play their second of the two regular season meetings against Stevenson this year, an opponent that gave them, quite frankly, one of their biggest victories of the year back on January 5th when you consider that they were shorthanded that night. That was a night where the men were forced to ultimately forfeit, and they will finally get a chance to go up against Stevenson here tonight. But for the women up first, they did lose at home on Saturday, but on the road this season, 7-0, and overall 15-4, 9-2 in Commonwealth play. Now second place, one game behind Messiah, who broke that logjam at the top with Saturday's win in York, but certainly could be a third meeting for all the marbles in the Commonwealth later on this month. I think everybody around here would welcome that. For Stevenson, on the women's side, they are 9-9 coming into play here tonight, 6-4 in conference play. And after a really rugged start to their season, they were 1-4 early, and then through mid-January, 4-9. Since then, they've won 5 in a row. 4 of those have been conference games, a 5-game winning streak that they bring in here tonight. And those wins include 2-point wins at Albright and against nationally ranked at the time Mary Washington. And also Saturday, a 7-point win in overtime at Alvernia. So a bunch of close wins, but they have found a way on this 5-game winning streak. The Spartans trying to put their biggest loss of the season from Saturday behind them. 74-49 was the final. Messiah still has not lost since the Spartans went up to Grantham on December 8th and beat them at Hitchcock Arena. They've now won 11 straight. 8-point game at halftime, but Messiah a big third quarter. And again, the biggest loss of the season coming by 25 points. The Spartans' other 3 losses have come by a combined 18. And nationally ranked Messiah really clicked on all cylinders. They shot 45%. That was the second highest total given up by the Spartans this year. And defensively, they held York to 31%, York's second lowest percentage of the season. But tonight, looking to get back into the win column again, going up against Stevenson, who back on January 5th, minus 4 players and 2 starters, the Spartans never trailed, raced out to a 19-6 lead. It was tied once from there, but they led almost the entirety. They had won the game 58-52, had a really good defensive night, held the Mustangs to 29% shooting, forced 21 turnovers, had a 24-0 shutout in the points off turnover category. And with it being a close game, in the final minute and a half, it was cut to 4. Savannah Wilson had a couple of free throws and a 3 to put the game on ice, put them up 9. They won the game by 6. And Wilson that night, a career-high 23 and a career-high tying 4 3-pointers. We'll see who it might be tonight. Spartans mostly have their full cast. Megan Leininger will miss this game. Suffered an ankle injury in practice yesterday. They hope to have her back on Saturday. But as you'll hear from Coach coming up at halftime tonight, might go a little bit deeper on the bench. They expect Stevenson to press throughout. And Coach trying to keep her starters fresh for the second half push in this game. And we'll see how it plays out. We've got it for you coming up next. York at Stevenson, a Wednesday night doubleheader here in Maryland, and we'll have it for you next right here on the Spartan Sports Network.
York College of Pennsylvania is where your life's work begins. It starts with the passion you'll find, the connections you'll make, the career you'll pursue, and it begins from day one. Because your life's work is more than work. It's the lives you'll touch. It's the difference you'll make. Better connections, a smarter plan, a life that works from day one. York College of Pennsylvania, ycp.edu.
At Donegal, we understand there are many costs associated with running a business. That's why Donegal works with you to provide quality insurance products based on your business needs, and why we deliver that insurance at a price to fit your budget. Call your local independent Donegal agent today and discover why, when it comes to insurance for your business, Donegal is a better value. Contact Kochman Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman Kunkel Insurance.
Remember when an app was listen only? Oh yeah, that was kind of us, wasn't it? Well, we have a new app. Download the new WOYK app on the Apple and Google Play stores and take Sports Radio 1350 on the go like never before. Listen on the go like always, and now get easier access to archived games and programs on demand. Watch WOYK game broadcasts on YouTube and so much more. Search the new WOYK on the Apple and Google Play stores and download today. It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Sports Radio 1350. First in York, first in sports.
What's the deal with the Dan Patrick Show?
Dan Patrick.
Shouldn't Kawhi be the new Dos Equis guy? Like, wouldn't he be a great man of mystery? Instead of that guy that's supposed to look like Michael Phelps, who took over for the old guy. Yeah, I thought it was one of that was like, hey, how about we get a guy who looks like Michael Phelps as the most interesting man in the world? Kawhi would be great because he's so deadpan.
Dan Patrick, mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. It's almost time. The York Revolution roster is being built for the upcoming season. And right here is where you get the news first. Join Daryl Henry and Revs manager Mark Mason for Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy. The latest player signings, plus interviews live on the show each week. Coming up this week, the York Revolution are signing That wouldn't be fun. You gotta tune in to find out. Rev's Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy.
Monday, February 7th at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
We're screaming green. How about you? The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Well, they mixed it up, did the starters first. We'll have those for you momentarily. First, we'll listen in on our national anthem before a women's game on the front end of this doubleheader here tonight. York at Stevenson coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, prior to our national anthem, we ask that you please join the Stevenson Department of Athletics for a moment of silence for 3 Baltimore City firefighters who tragically perished in the line of duty: Lieutenant Paul Butcher, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Lateo. Thank you. And now, to honor America, we ask that you please stand, remove your caps, and face the American flag for the playing of our national anthem. Performed today by the Stevenson University Band.
Stevenson Band performing our national anthem tonight. Wouldn't mind if they perform as the ship goes down here at Owings Mills Gymnasium. Spartans in need of a pair of wins here tonight. The moment of silence before the anthem was for the 3 Baltimore City firefighters who lost their lives in the line of duty. And as the Spartans come out for tip-off, game number 20 of the regular season. The women will start with Cassidy Arnold, Savannah Wilson, Kayla Ferris, Alana Bortner. Those are the guards. Brady Zumbrum working the middle. And for Stevenson tonight, Morgan Pennick, Asia Ferguson, Morgan DeBerry in the backcourt, Kelly Johnson a wing, and Olivia Coleman, 6'2" senior center who's 10 rebounds away from 1,000. Here tonight. Zumbrum against Coleman. It's up. It's won by Stevenson. Off we go. Mustangs to our left. And we are underway from Owings Mills tonight. It is our first broadcast here since opening night 2015 for a men's game. We had one visit here as CAC opponents as Coleman bricks a turnaround foul line jumper. Kayla Ferris the rebound. Up ahead it's Bortner on the right sideline. Hits Ferris in the middle. Whipped it out to Arnold. Left side jumper from 15 is off iron. Rebound to Coleman. And there's number 991 of her career off the glass. The Mustangs set up on offense again. They're in the home white, forest green trimming. Here's a long jumper out front, and it caroms 3 times straight up off the rim. Asia Ferguson can't get it to drop. Spartans have it. Wilson down court heave. Bortner underneath. Zumbrum the layup. 2-0 York. Spartans looking to get out into the open floor off the defensive board. And a long chuck ahead from Wilson to Bortner, caught it right wing and looked right underneath, and Zumbrum was ready. Brady with the game's first two. Mustangs set up. Here's Ferguson to Morgan DeBerry, left side, dribbling on Ferris, starts in and dealt it back to Ferguson. Bortner a hand up on her. 5 to shoot. Coleman screens. Three-pointer launched. Rim glass. Rebound to Kelly Johnson on the offensive board. Spartans tie her up, though. And the arrow does give it to York. Arnold had her hands on it as well. Stevenson, despite Coleman and her rebounding exploits, they're last in the conference at a -5 rebounding margin per game. They press, and Ferris hits Arnold down deep. Didn't like what she saw, working it back out. Here's Ferris set up for a three, and that went off the mark straight away. Coleman with rebound number 992, and Ferris bats a pass up the left sideline, right past Coach, and into the front row behind the table. And the Mustangs will inbound sideline. We'll hear from Coach at the half tonight. And in it goes to Morgan Pennick, who sets things up. Pennick, a junior guard, third-year starter. Missed a little time with injury this year. Johnson fires a high-low down to Coleman, turns and shoots it in off the glass. And it's 2-2. Coleman got her 1,000th point earlier this year. Now approaching 1,000 rebounds, fifth-year starter, fifth-year senior. Spartans handle the press. They'll see press throughout the night. Here's Zumbrum, right high post, out to Wilson, left wing. Shoveled it off to Zumbrum, gunned it down to Arnold, a cut under the hoop, lays it up and in. Arnold with the cut and Zumbrum with the pass. Both were right on time. 4-2 York. Stevenson with it, shooting to our left. Here's Ferguson, backs it up, and looking to space their offensive set. Now wants to drive on Bortner, hit the brakes, give it up to Coleman at the foul line, drives on Zumbrum, and a foul on the floor. And that'll be Zumbrum whistled for the game's first. If you're in the stands and you don't want to watch the action right in front of you, they've got it on a projector screen. Seems a little silly, but Mustangs work it back in. Yeah, here's Ferguson driving, right-hand scoop layup, in and out. Coleman the board, puts it up short. She missed. And Cassidy Arnold comes away with it. Ahead it's Wilson, front court right for York. Ferris, a one-hand grab up top, throws it to Zumbrum, fires for three, or maybe a long two, and missed a right wing, but Ferris opposite side has it to Bortner up top, swished it. High arcing three right through. And Bortner, her conference leading 34th of the year. Spartans out to a 7-2 lead. She had 17 Saturday, a bright spot in the loss to Messiah. Had 25 in the first meeting. And now Ferris bats a post entry and stole it. 3-on-2, no look to Wilson on the left. Right back in the middle. Zumbrum runs the floor and lays it in. It's a 7-0 run, 9-2 the lead, and the Spartans off and running. Here's a driving layup try. Pennick had it circle out, and it's knocked out underneath. It was off York. Fresh 20 for Stevenson, as DeBerry will sub out. Emery Jazelski's subs in for Stevenson. And from the baseline, they inbound it. Here's Ferguson at the foul line, into the lane, stops, shoots, and got it. Asia Ferguson, who averages 7. Junior guard who transferred to her home state from Barton College, where she began her career. Here's Arnold to cut down the lane, missed the layup, going in hard. Zumbrum hit her in stride, but unable to cash in. Brought Zumbrum out to the right perimeter that time, using her passing talents. Now the Mustangs set up 9-4 the York lead. Ferguson picked up, and she's got Jazelski out top. Now back to Ferguson with Bortner matched up on her. Zumbrum switches on to her and blocked it, but a foul from way out near the table. That call was made. Boo! Ferguson dribbled all the way to the baseline and went to a fadeaway, and Zumbrum got all of the ball, and she is not pleased. And the official right underneath ignored it. Boy, she is steamed. I don't blame her. The official under the basket turned a blind eye to it, but back here by the table, make sure we get ourselves involved. And the first free throw from Ferguson is off back rim. The ball don't lie. Zumbrum with her second foul has to sit. Megan Carlson is in early. And Ferguson with one more up and drains it. 9-5 the lead for York. 5:16 on the first quarter clock. Wilson seeing the trap come, fired it ahead. Arnold to Ferris, pull up, foul line, got it. Ferris rattles it in. Her first two tonight. And guess what? 950 for her career now. 50 away from 1K. 11-5 the lead for York. Ferguson drives. Bortner swats it off the glass. Ferris comes out with speed up the right sideline. Tossed it back for Wilson in the right wing, and Ferguson was in pursuit and breaks it up into the Mustang bench. Spartans will bring Tori Geithner in as Savannah Wilson subs out. And York a side in. Down near the corner, Bortner into Arnold, down to Carlson, out to Bortner right corner, dribbles to the lane. Hits Ferris up top, defender fell. Kayla dribbles and hands off. Now around the arc, Geithner left side. To the top, Ferris reloads, play call up with now 8 to shoot. Carlson screens, Ferris drives, kicks to Bortner, right wing three is good. Bortner's second in the early going, number 35 of the year, tops in the MAC Commonwealth. 14-5, Spartans up, 4:15 to go here in the opening quarter. Mustangs with it. Ferguson drives. Bortner avoids a foul, lost a step on her, and Ferguson lays it in. 14-7 the score. Now this time they don't press. Jazelskis waits for Ferris at midcourt. Kayla calling the play from the backcourt. Going to Bortner right wing, now to Arnold top of the arc, into Carlson posting, back off to Arnold down the lane, block going up. Ferguson had it pinned, and a jump ball is called on the block shot, and this time it goes over to Stevenson. Stevenson preseason was picked 4th in the Commonwealth for what it's worth, York 5th. The preseason polls this year have been about the most worthless things that I've ever seen, especially in the men's side. Here's Coleman in the middle, dumped it down low on a back cut, and the Mustangs will pull it back out front with 7 to shoot. And here's a three off a big screen from Coleman, and that one rimmed. Lacey Johnson couldn't hit. Spartans back the other way to our right, doubling up the Stangs here early on. Carlson looking and fires out front. Bortner with the catch. Back across, it's Ferris to the right of the circle. Carlson screens for her. Kayla a long two. It's all net. Perfection on the ball screen jump shot. 16-7 York. And Ferris with 4 here in the opening quarter. Team leader at 14 per game. The Mustangs setting up. Malia Smith in the game for them. She of the purple hair. And Ferris jumps a pass near midcourt. Stole it. In against Jazelskis, who avoids the foul. And Ferris lays it in. Has 6 now. And it's an 18-7 lead. What a first quarter offensively for York. And this time created by the defense. Ferris, the national leader in steals. Here's a fall-away bank from Ferguson on a drive. No good. Bortner defending the shot. Here comes York. And Ferris angling left wing to get it started. Around to Geithner on the right. And now Carlson near the corner, holds it, looks for a cutting Ferris. Touch pass off to Arnold. Jumper good from the right baseline. And that was exquisite, what Ferris just did offensively on that touch pass. Just a little two-hand, almost like volleyball set. The touch was perfect and right in rhythm for Arnold to shoot. And to direct that ball the way that she did, that is Easier said than done. It's 20-7, and Jazelskis a 3 out front, all net. It's now 20-10. With 1:20 to go here in the first quarter. Ferris, that last play, she's the Commonwealth leader in assists per game and steals, the national leader in total steals, and we have a foul down low. Gonna get Malia Smith for a hold, the Mustangs' first foul of the night. Wholesale subs on their side. Spartans with Bortner and Arnold heading out. Brooklyn Naylor in. Savannah Wilson back. And Ferris set up for a baseline play. Kayla also tops in the league in assist turnover ratio, 2.65 to 1. And that number 8th best in the entire nation. Alyssa Hocker now in. Carlson will come out. I think Jazelskis had to leave and didn't want to. Maybe some blood. Inbound to Hocker, left corner jumper, and off iron. It kicks toward the right corner. Naylor ran it down against 3 Mustangs. Now she's trapped, tumbles down. A jump ball tie-up, but the arrow keeps it with York. And Naylor, an immediate offensive rebound, ran it down. Out-hustled 3 Stangs to that one. 2 lingered to tie her up, so they lose the arrow, but they keep the ball. And Ferris baseline near the right corner, into Hocker, right wing, and a bounce out top to Geithner. With 1 minute to go in the first quarter, and York up 20-10. Naylor screens for Ferris, a 3 up, and that one too strong. Rebound down to Kelly Johnson. He's back in for Stevenson. Lacey Johnson, freshman guard, handling point, going to Carly Leo, who shoots a 3 over Ferris's outstretched hand. It flutters down onto the baseline and out of bounds on the air ball before Kelly Johnson could save it back in. 1 and done for the Mustangs on that trip. And York ball, about a 5-second difference on the clocks as Ferris hustles it up. Driving a kick out to Wilson, who rifled it to Hocker, left corner, a little bit behind her. She saved it. And then going into a cutting Wilson, Savannah was held on to and fouled. And Morgan Pennick whistled for Stevenson. Now we have a 3.5-second difference on the clocks. 20 to shoot for York. Ferris inbounds baseline up top to Wilson. A 3, it's good. Savannah Wilson caught it, ready to shoot. Her 31st 3 this year, 23-10. And what an opening 10 minutes. Mustangs with it, shot clock off. And here's Leo, wide left, launches, 3 over Ferris, no good. And a foul going for the rebound on the backside baseline. It's on Brooklyn Naylor, called for reaching over Kelly Johnson's shoulders. Team's third, Naylor's first. Mustangs with it underneath with 2.3. And Pennick inbounds to a cutting Kelly Johnson, who faked, missed off glass. And the buzzer sounds. First quarter is in the books. With the score, York 23, Stevenson 10. Second quarter from Owings Mills coming up here on the Spartan Sports Network.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Joe Burrow is inheriting the cheapest owner. They don't have a GM, and Zach Taylor. Could be good, no idea. You don't think that's going to matter? In a brutally good division with 2 of the best ownership groups in the NFL, Baltimore and the Rooney family. Again, we know this to be true. Where you land matters.
Colin Cowherd.
Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
Your home for York's home team. The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. York.
That promo was a little old, huh? That should have been on one of those where Colin was wrong segments. It is 23-10 York at the end of the opening quarter. Some numbers at the end of 10 minutes. York 10 for 17 shooting, 59%. Stevenson 4 for 16. York 3 for 6 from 3. Bortner hit a pair. Wilson hit the other. And Stevenson 1 for 5 from beyond. Spartans no turnovers. They forced 2. And out-rebounded the Stangs 10-7. Stevenson with it to begin the second. They go to our left. 23-10 York. Spartans man-to-man. Here is Asia Ferguson on a cut up top to Kelly Johnson left wing into a cutting Morgan DeBerry trying to step through a double team, and it's knocked out of bounds. Ferris prying it out, and Stevenson will have a baseline set up. I think Ferris might have felt the knee on that play, but clenches her teeth a little, toughs it out. Here's Coleman on the inbound, missing in close. Rebounds Savannah Wilson. Fires it down the floor to Hawker, who waits, hands it back to Wilson. And now into the left corner, Naylor, back to Savannah, a 3. This one missed left wing. Hawker going to the floor in pursuit. And it's over the end line and out of bounds off of Hawker and belongs to Stevenson. Don't forget, Coach Whitman joins us at the half. Get her thoughts on Saturday's game against Messiah and tonight's matchup. It would appear they have put Saturday well in the rearview mirror. Here's Coleman inside, puts it up, and it rolls in. Catching in the post against Naylor. Coleman, the 6'2" senior center, averages 13 points, which leads the team. 11 rebounds, is third in the conference. Here's Wilson up top to Hawker left corner. Starting in and off to Bortner out front. Now Ferris left baseline drive and left Coleman in the dust. And Ferris a wide open layup, 25-12. Ferris with 8 now tonight. Mustangs back with it. High-low down to Coleman, was held by Naylor. She gotten a step behind Brooklyn, who's whistled. And she picks up her second. Zumbrum seated and was steamed after being called for her second very early. Spartans bring Megan Carlson back in, Arnold back in, Taylor Berta subs in, and Pennick baseline for the Mustangs into DeBerry under the rim, miss. Rebound popped loose to her, cuts in from the right side and got hacked. And DeBerry on the second effort will end up at the line for 2. It's Savannah Wilson for her first. And Morgan DeBerry to shoot. First one up and off the back of the rim. It hit up near the top of the glass and down to the floor. No good. 39% free throw shooter. 5 points per game. Second one rattles in. It's her first point tonight. Junior guard from Annapolis. Has started better than half their games this year, the rest coming in off the bench. Started tonight. 25-13 York. Here's Wilson left side for 3. That one off front rim. Rebound Coleman. Outlet ahead. Wilson read it. Knocked it away from Pennick and grabs it in the backcourt. Stole it back. And Wilson brings it across, getting York into the offense. Here's Arnold with it, top of the arc. Mustangs man-to-man. I think they were zoned for a moment on a previous possession or two. Here's Bortner with it off a Carlson screen. Drive, left-hand scoop. It's up and in. Bortner, the left hand extended out, uses the glass. The camera lady behind the basket had the ball roll to her. And we have a timeout. Stevenson with 7:39 to go here in the opening half. It's York 27, Stevenson 13. A 30-second timeout, so we'll stay with you. Spartans lead this all-time series 18-2. 21st meeting tonight. They used to be CAC opponents. We had one visit to this building before Stevenson left the CAC. And then for broadcast purposes, I know we had one non-conference visit when the men opened the 2015-16 season here. And our first time here since. But nice little non-conference jaunt. And looking forward to the conference rivalry being renewed. Mustangs with it out of the timeout. Here's Kelly Johnson to the high post. Coleman and dribbling on Carlson. Bortner helped over. The pass out to the left wing almost went out. Lacey Johnson got there to save it. And then Wilson bumped into her. And Lacey Johnson stumbling backward. That was an extremely late whistle. And once her feet moved, the call on Wilson went up. That's Savannah's second. And the inbound off the hand of Ferguson. Right there is Bortner to grab the turnover for York. Spartans with it. Wilson, hesitation drive, and will get to the line. Took it right in against Lacey Johnson. And Wilson to the line for two. They actually got Asia Ferguson for the call there in the neighborhood as well. Tricia Tellian is in for the Mustangs off the bench, and Wilson's first is up and good. Savannah, who averages 13 and is fourth in the conference in steals per game, up near 3 per game. Second one is good. Spartans, who have Savannah fourth in the conference in steals, Ferris first in the nation in steals, and York's defense leading the conference in turnovers forced, as well as direct steals. Both free throws good. It's 29-13. Here's a drive, and Bortner took that one away from Ferguson. Should be a block shot. Here's Ferris the other way for York. Dribble handoff, Berta coming off the left wing to Bortner up top. Starts into the lane, dealt it back to Carlson. And now to Arnold, right side of the arc. Carlson centering it up top, gave it off to Berta, set a screen for her. Berta's three, off back rim. Arnold trying to save it. And it'll stay with York. It went out under the basket off of Ferguson's hands for Stevenson. Fresh 20 for York. The lead is 29-13. And Ferris baseline will trigger this one in. Has Bortner out front. Launches, three ball, rim, glass. Rebound down to Coleman. Coleman getting closer to that rebound number, and down the floor they pounded in deep and off the hands of DeBerry. Couldn't hang on. Lost it out of bounds, and York will get it right back. Coleman now 5 rebounds tonight, already halfway to the 10 she needs for 1,000 career. The turnovers now, Stevenson 5, York 0. Here's Ferris, drive and a toss out to Bortner left wing, to Berta at the top, and a runner down the lane is knocked loose. Oh man, they say that no Mustang defensively touched it. They call it out off Berta. Coach stands up, making the deflection signal, and the trailing official comes down to overrule. There's no way that that ball wasn't tipped. It does stay with York. 14 to shoot. Ferris will toss in. Arnold an over-the-shoulder grab as Berta right wing. And now Carlson will filter it along to Bortner on the left. Step back, three ball, off to the left. Carlson the board, right underneath, then sticks it back up and in. Carlson with the putback points. And the lead continues to expand. 31-13. 5:40 left in the half. Stevenson with it. DeBerry penetrates up off the glass. Soft touch. It's good. 31-15 York. DeBerry saw a little crease and got in. Now Lacey Johnson picks up Ferris at midcourt. Kayla goes to Arnold left wing, to Carlson up top. Holding it, looking for somebody to pop free. It'll be Ferris left side of the arc to Arnold. Drives the right edge of the lane, stops, puts it up off glass, little two-line drive-ish. And here comes Ferguson for Stevenson against the numbers, so looking for a trailer. And Lacey Johnson goes to Tellian up top, back to Johnson as they set things up. Now Tellian catches, fires, three, brick, hit the front of the rim, rebound tracked down by Berta. And back into York's hands, still up 16. Here's Berta with it, top of the arc, open to shoot. Three-pointer came off shy, but Carlson right there, left baseline, going across the lane to a cutting Ferris, but it's tipped away, and it went off the fingertips of Ferris on the way and out into the right corner, and that'll be York's first turnover all night. Berta comes out, Geithner is back, and the Mustangs make a trio of changes as well. Jackie Boswell, their 10th year head coach, just the second head coach in program history. But would you believe Betsy Whitman, just the second in York's history, took over for Donna Wise back in 1997. And here's a drive and a dish try underneath, busted up. Spartans come away with it. Here's Geithner to the right baseline, doubled, hits Arnold, popping free down the lane, but did not finish. And Kelly Johnson back into the front court for Stevenson off the rebound. Now Johnson fires it down low, wide open. Michelle Mosqueda, Spartans lost sight of. Mosqueda lays it in. Sophomore forward from Reading, Exeter Township, had just come in. 31-17 York. Here's Bortner on a handoff from Carlson out top. And now to Geithner, right wing. Gunned it down to Carlson. It went off her hands, and Mosqueda grabs the loose ball. Another York turnover. Here comes Tellian up the floor, striding into a runner against the numbers and missed. Spartans were back. They had three defenders in front of her. Ferris off the defensive board, navigates her way, tried to bounce it to Arnold left corner, didn't see Jazelskis coming in to pick it off. Another York turnover. Here's a drive. Lacey Johnson got deep and kicked it, and a three. It's good. Make it a long two. Tricia Tellian from the right corner hits, and Coach Whitman spends timeout. 3 minutes to go in the half. York 31, Stevenson 19. And it is a 6-0 Stevenson run. And the Spartans, I believe, turnovers on 3 of the last 4 possessions and scoreless on each of the last 4. So a timeout before things take a turn for the worse. Each team spending a first half timeout. Spartans who... I want to say they were 10 for 17 shooting at the end of the first quarter, I believe it was. Since then, 3 for 12. A little bit of an ebb here in tonight's game, as Ferris had Lacey Johnson bang up against her and popped a steal. Another turnover. And the Mustangs back with it. Mosqueda hangs it off. Mosquito. Here's Pennick with it up top. Drives on Ferris. Kicks it out right corner. Kelly Johnson, a three. Back rim, but a long carom out top. And another three. It's good. That ball rebounded right to Lacey Johnson. In rhythm like a perfect pass. And it's 31-22, and it's a 9-0 Stevenson run. Spartans back on offense. Mustangs man-to-man. Here's Bortner guarded tightly by Jazelskis. And angles in from the right, puts it up short. Might have been some contact. Bortner to the floor. Ball rolls to Ferris. Here goes Geithner driving, and off to Bortner, catching it right corner, and a foul on that pass. It'll be on Stevenson as Jazelskis picks up her first of the night. Wilson is back in for York. And Bortner getting tended to. Might have felt a knee on that tumble to the floor. Here's Wilson driving and missed in traffic. Mosqueda altering that shot and then rebounding it. As Stevenson starting to feel a lot better about themselves. 1:40 left in the half. They're within 9. After being down 18. Here's a three left corner. Lacey Johnson, no good. Rebound to Savannah Wilson. And ahead it's Ferris with it. Into the right corner, Geithner. Back to Ferris. Dribbles to the foul line. Dumped it down low to Arnold. Up off the glass and good. Cass waiting around the right block. Ready to receive. And that snaps the 9-0 Stevenson spurt. Here's Lacey Johnson turning in. Layup is in. And it is going the other way. No basket, I believe. Called for the hook. As she made her move, flung Geithner to the floor. And they do wave it off. It's not a foul after the basket or anything like that. They were a little unclear initially on the signal. And a little bit of a delay. Officials looked at each other to be sure. But Lacey Johnson called for the hook. No score. And the Spartans still lead 33-22 as Ferris brings them up the floor. York shooting to our right. Pick and roll to Hocker. A bounce underneath. Carlson open but missed with Olivia Coleman getting across the lane with a hand up. Carlson, who looked wide open for a moment, suddenly had, well, one of the nation's best shot blockers in the area. Here's Coleman trying to feed one down the lane, and it's stolen. Hocker diving in front of Kelly Johnson to tip it loose. Spartans with it. Here's Geithner. Half a minute to go in the half. Dribbled deep and popped it back to Wilson. Ball screen Carlson. Wilson shoots. Rim to three, but Hocker's got it. Steps through and could not avoid Coleman, who stuffs it. Olivia Coleman with the block shot, her 47th of the year, and Stevenson will set up. 12 seconds left. Coleman 12th in the nation in total blocks and 7th in blocks per game, 3 per game. High-low dump into Kelly Johnson, drop step to the left hand, and draws a foul. And we'll have a pair of free throws with 1.9 seconds left. And by the way, Coleman's block totals and per game average second best in our conference, but among the national leaders as well. First free throw from Kelly Johnson is good. Johnson, a senior power forward, averages 7. That's her first point tonight. Senior from Glenelg, Maryland. One more, that's good. 1.9 remaining. Carlson inbounds to Ferris from three-quarter court. She'll throw it, and it ends up to the left of the backboard as time runs out on our first half of play. Spartans were up 31-13. Mustangs finished the half on an 11-2 push. And the York lead was 18. It'll be 9 here at the break. 33-24 is our halftime score. Take a timeout. Hear from head coach Betsy Whitman. Our pregame chat airing at halftime. That's coming up. Spartans lead it 33-24 here at Stevenson at the half on the Spartan Sports Network.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving the community for more than 155 years, always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make our communities great, and to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Are you tired of busting your butt for your current employer and getting no credit? Tired of pulling long shifts only to get zero respect? At Shipley Energy, we get it. At Shipley Energy, you're not just a number, you're valued. You're an essential worker who is respected, part of a team, and appreciated for all your hard work. You get 4 weeks of vacation and amazing benefits like discounts on products and services. Plus, you'll be home every night, the way you need it to be for you and your family. Join our team today. Apply online at www.shipleyenergy.com/careers.
Your home for the Spartans. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Based right here in York, Gladfelder Insurance Group is one of the largest program managers and insurance brokers in the United States, with more than 500 associates serving 30,000 clients. From the Gladfelder Agency, an all-lines full-service agency in York, to specialty programs insurance serving the needs of commercial clients, including emergency responders, healthcare facilities, schools, towns, churches, and more, Gladfelder has been earning the trust of its clients for 70 years. Gladfelder Insurance Group, a tradition of service founded on trust. Gladfelder Insurance Group is a proud supporter of your College of Pennsylvania and Spartan Athletics on WOYK.
Hi, I'm Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Rebound tip, and Embiid gets it back and dunks it.
York's home for Sixers basketball.
Lobs to Embiid, and a right-hand jam with flair and a flurry. Sergio to Joel Embiid. Go, 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 go. Rodriguez back to Joe. Embiid for the three. Got it. He nailed the triple. Joel Embiid from outside the arc.
Catch Sixers basketball all season on Sports Radio, 1350 WOYK, first in York, first in sports.
There's no running from it. Tax season will be here before you know it. The professionals at Frank Storm & Company can help alleviate the headache. Voted one of the best for all 21 years by the York Dispatch readers for both your personal and business tax needs, Frank Storm & Company makes the process easy. Payrolls, sales tax, preparation of financial statements, in addition to your personal tax service. Call today to set up your appointment at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Frank Storm & Company, committed to personalized quality service.
This is Steve Navaroli. Join Ray Jensen and me Saturday mornings at 9 for Central PA Game Day on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. Each week, we'll break down the latest from the York Adams League, going in-depth on the biggest games, complete with interviews, guests, and perhaps a surprise or two. Central PA Game Day, Saturday mornings at 9, right here on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
It's gonna be another epic year of high school hoops, and Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK are ready for tip-off. Tune in every week for the high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Plus, go to 989WOYK.com for a full breakdown of the teams and the players of the York Adams League. The high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch all the action all season on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350, online at 989WOYK.com, or download the new WOYK app.
You're on York's home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Spartans lead it 33-24 here at the half. On the women's side, some of the local youngsters playing on the floor here at halftime tonight. But York, who did lead by as many as 18, settling for the 9-point lead here at halftime, but certainly in control of this game throughout that first half. And earlier tonight, again, it's 33-24 here at halftime. Earlier tonight, before the proceedings, we caught up with Spartan head coach Betsy Whitman, as always. All right, Coach, we're here at Stevenson tonight. Take a brief look back at Saturday's game, and Messiah, it just struck me that they played really, really well in all facets. Is it as simple as that?
They did. They were ready for us, and still thinking about, their last loss, which was to us, and their defense was very solid. We had a tough time scoring against them, and they shot the ball extremely well. They shot 47% from three-point, and they execute really well. They can pick you apart. It didn't matter if we were in man or zone. They were able to get good shots off and scored. So we allowed 74 points. You can't beat Messiah unless you keep them in the 50s, or low 60s. So I told my players after the game that, we're going to remember what this feels like and hopefully get another shot at them in the championship game.
Well, Stevenson tonight, and on the flip side, you go back to January 5th, maybe the grittiest win that your team has had this year, with 4 players, 2 starters who were unavailable that night, and a great game that you played at home.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't easy either. It was close the whole game. We had to play zone because we started 5 guards. We were able to, to manage Coleman with lack of size, and it really was a team effort that we were able to pull out that win. And like I said, it was kind of a back and forth game. We got off to a good start, and then the game got close, and rewatching that game, came down to the end where they missed a lot of free throws, luckily, and we were able to be great from the free throw line down the stretch, to close that game out. But I expect this is going to be a really good game today, and They're missing Campbell because of her injury, unfortunately, season ending. But, they have another player that was injured the first time we played them that's going to take her place. That is really good. So we're going to start in man-to-man, and we walk through everything they run, and we know they're going to try to drive into the paint. We know who their shooters are. Obviously, Coleman, we got to keep her off the boards, try to keep the ball out of her hands as much as possible. But, we're ready, and we've got to play together, execute, and score. Just take care of the ball. That's going to be another key. I think they're going to pressure us the entire game. That's what they do. And they're on a win streak. They've got 5 games in a row here. They won, including a win over Mary Washington, which is a really solid win. So we're going to have our work cut out for us. We're going to have to play really well to beat them at Stevenson.
Hey, Savannah, that first game, career high 23, and I don't know what they could do differently, but do you expect more attention to her? Maybe somebody else has to step up tonight?
Yeah, maybe, they're going to try to put a little more attention on her, but they know Kayla Ferris and Alana Bortner are certainly capable as well. And, the tough thing is we're not going to get a whole lot of easy drives with Coleman in there, not a lot of easy layups. So we're going to have to go inside out and be able to hit from the perimeter. And like you said, be able to rely on somebody else other than just Savannah to be scoring for us. So we're hoping to be, balanced and have 3 or 4 players in double figures. That's what I would prefer. I think if we do that, we'll be in good shape. But we're going to go a little deeper on our bench tonight. Just to try to keep some of our starters a little more rested for the second half, to see if that makes a difference. But we've had 2 really good practices, and, I think mentally, physically, we're ready for this game.
You mentioned how they'll probably press all night, and that first meeting, even when you were shorthanded, really took care of the ball really well. Could this be an up-and-down, high-tempo game all night? And obviously your ability to handle that the first time proved really key.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have to just make sure we always have either Savannah or Kayla in the game. Stevenson does like to play up-tempo. I think that our game plan is to play up-tempo too, because we want to run Coleman up and down the floor, make her tired. So, I think we do want to push the ball in transition, and it is going to be more of a fast-paced type game. So, and we play well when we're playing that type of fast-paced game, and we're getting a lot of shots off. We got to keep them to 1 shot. That's going to be huge. Our defense and our rebounding, keeping Coleman off the glass, is going to be one of the keys tonight.
All right, Coach. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Spartan head coach Betsy Whitman. Her team just now coming back onto the floor for halftime warm-ups, 33-24. Spartans lead by 9 at the break. We'll step aside, take a look at the halftime stats coming up. Again, Spartans up 9. You're at halftime at Stevenson tonight here on the Spartan Sports Network.
York College of Pennsylvania is where your life's work begins. It starts with the passion you'll find, the connections you'll make, the career you'll pursue, and it begins from day one. Because your life's work is more than work. It's the lives you'll touch. It's the difference you'll make. Better connections, a smarter plan, a life that works. From day one. York College of Pennsylvania, ycp.edu.
Today, it seems everybody is offering a discount on car insurance, but at what price? Reduced protection, impersonal service. At State Farm, you can earn discounts and still get full service and dependable protection from the world's largest car insurer. See me, Trish Hauser, 1865 Susquehanna Trail North, York, for the State Farm multiple line discount. With State Farm, you get an agent you can depend on and an insurance company you can trust. For the details on State Farm's multiple line discount, see me, Trish Hauser.
It's almost time. The York Revolution roster is being built for the upcoming season. And right here is where you get the news first. Join Daryl Henry and Revs manager Mark Mason for Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy. The latest player signings, plus interviews live on the show each week. Coming up this week, the York Revolution are signing... That that wouldn't be fun. You gotta tune in to find out. Rev's Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy.
Monday, February 7th at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. Catch all the action of the 2022 Winter Games. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK for updates all day, presented by Flying Feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dan Patrick Show.
I don't understand this. That you love somebody so much that you are going to send out death threats to a woman who was sitting next to Beyonce and Jay-Z and was actually finding out what they wanted to drink.
Wait, what is this topic?
Beyonce's fans, I don't know why they had a problem with this. Is that the owner, another owner's wife?
It's the main owner's wife offered to get a vodka soda and asked if Jay-Z wanted a lime.
Whoa.
But she reached over Beyonce, and Beyonce just randomly looked, this please, but it's...
Can you imagine if somebody went to jail for a death threat because this woman said, do you want a lime?
Yeah, but we all know what that's code for.
Oh, come on, Dan, get with it.
The Dan Patrick Show. Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
Your home for York's home team. The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK, York.
Spartans lead it 33-24 in the women's game as we tick down toward the start of the second half. Take a look at some of the key numbers from first half play. Spartans shot 40%, Stevenson 32%. However, a little bit closer look, Spartans 59% in the first quarter, 10 for 17. And then in the second quarter, just 4 for 18. In fact, first quarter, 3 for 6 from 3. Second quarter, 0 for 7. They finished 3 for 13 from 3. The Mustangs 2 for 9 from beyond the arc. York 2 for 2 at the line. Stevenson 4 for 6. Spartans out-rebounded Stevenson 21-17. Won the turnover battle 2-1 basically. 8-4 was the number there. And outscored the Mustangs in points off turnovers 10-5. Fast break points 8-zip. Points in the paint 18-12. Individually, Stevenson with Asia Ferguson leading with 5, but it came on 2 for 8 shooting. Olivia Coleman, 4 points, 5 rebounds, 1 block shot. Spartans led by Kayla Ferris with 8 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. The triple-double watch is on. 4 for 6 shooting. Alana Bortner, 8 points on 3 for 6 shooting, 2 for 4 from 3. Cassidy Arnold, 6 points, 5 rebounds. And Spartans leading despite Brady Zumbrum playing less than 5 minutes due to 2 fouls early. She had 4 points. Savannah Wilson with 5, but just 1 for 5 from the floor. So a 9-point lead, but room for improvement. And the Spartans start the second half with it, going to our left, 33-24 the score. Here's Wilson firing into Zumbrum, high post, handoff back to Wilson, back to Zumbrum, open jumper, good. See if they can get her unleashed. Up above the right block, Zumbrum strokes it, all net. 35-24, that's how the second half begins. Spartans defend to our right now. Give and go. DeBerry down the lane. Ferris might have gotten a piece. And Kelly Johnson there to grab it off glass and stick it back. 35-26 York. They'll put Ferris off ball here. Wilson calls the play, bringing it through half court. Here's Wilson with it. Road Kelly Green for York. Stevenson home light with forest green trimming. Ferris stealing it back to Zumbrum, top of the arc. And now Wilson will pop open above the arc using a Zumbrum screen. Back to Brady, right side Bortner, 4 to shoot. Bortner tried to fit one through off a pick to Zumbrum, but the pass was off, and Coleman steals it with Zumbrum slipping down. Here goes Pinnock at the other end, and a reverse layup try drew only glass. Ferris to counter for York, down deep on the drive, runner up, rolled off. Ferris saves it in, towing the baseline. Went all the way out to Bortner on the save. Now Zumbrum, high left post to a back-cutting Ferris, out to Bordner. Open three from the right wing was short, but Arnold runs it down. Another fresh 20. And Ferris sidearms one to Zumbrum, a mid-range jumper right side. She knew it was short, went right to it, rebounds her own miss, and puts it in. Why, I think she passed it to herself. 37-26 York. Now the Mustangs on offense. Here's Pennick out front working on Wilson toward the right wing. And out of Ferguson, top of the arc. High post Coleman squares, shoots, and rattles it in. Olivia Coleman makes it 37-28 York. Coleman was second team all-conference last year. In the short season, Stevenson did partake. Here's Wilson dribbling left wing. Coleman switching on her under a Zumbrum screen, and then Wilson tried to roll one down to Zumbrum and overshot her, and Coleman intercepts. Here's Pennick up the floor into the lane and kicking it back to the trailing Kelly Johnson, who will steady it and call the play. Little point forward roll. Now to Pennick up top. Fires a three. It's all net. Morgan Pennick, 3 for 19 from 3. Coming in tonight and hits her first basket of this game. Has not shot it well at all. Just 26% total from the field, but now pass batted up in the air. Ferris brings it down. Goes to Zumbrum, across to Bordner. Bordner puts it on the deck, drives in. Coleman, a big block shot. Pennick trying to spring to Barry down the floor. Ferris ripped it away from behind and then grabbed the ball while standing on the end line. So it stays with Stevenson, but Ferris puts a stop to the transition try. Spartans' lead has been cut to 6, 37-31. And the inbound in close. Kelly Johnson fade away up off the glass and missed almost everything. Wilson collects the board. Arnold open at midcourt, dashes it ahead. Zumbrum to Bordner right wing. And now Zumbrum will hold it right corner as they set the play in motion. Here's Arnold cutting through the lane, off to Ferris right corner, and hits Zumbrum right wing, a three, short. Again, followed it. This one, Karam just out of her reach. DeBerry had it and fell to her backside with Zumbrum and Arnold both running into her. And Cassidy Arnold is called for the foul here. So since it was 31-13 York, it is an 18-6 Stevenson push. And that goes back to the middle of the second quarter. And we've now played 4 minutes of the third quarter. Spartans now go to their 3-2 zone. Hadn't done it yet tonight. And a lob from the right corner into Coleman, who's fouled going up. Ferris with her hands straight up, but couldn't avoid being whistled. And Olivia Coleman, 6'2" center, good free throw shooter, 72%. We'll have 2 here. Naylor in for York. That'll be for Arnold. Spartans with a bigger lineup. And Coleman's first attempt is good. Gives her 7 points tonight. Coleman over 1,000 points. On track to get to 1,000 rebounds tonight. Over 260 career blocks. Both free throws good. This is a 4-point game. The run for Stevenson now 20-6. Naylor handling it through midcourt. Zumbrum's pass across the lane. Couldn't avoid Coleman, who picked it off. Pennick tried to go to the right corner. Bordner interfered, but a loose ball scooped by Carly Leo of Stevenson. And a scramble. The Mustangs still with it. Kelly Johnson, a 3 up top. It's good. And it's a 1-point game. And a timeout York with 5:23 on the third quarter clock. Here in the third quarter, it's Stevenson 12-4 so far. And that extends what they did from the second quarter now to a 23-6 run. And a timeout with 5:23 on the third quarter clock. It's a brand new game. York 37, Stevenson 36. There's no running from it. Tax season will be here before you know it. The professionals at Frank Storm & Company can help alleviate the headache. Voted one of the best for all 21 years by the York Dispatch readers for both your personal and business tax needs, Frank Storm & Company makes the process easy. Payrolls, sales tax, preparation of financial statements, in addition to your personal tax service. Call today to set up your appointment at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Frank Storm & Company, committed to personalized quality service.
We're screaming green. How about you? The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Now, Stevenson on a 5-game winning streak coming in tonight. Spartans were up 31-13, but the Mustangs were not dead and buried. It's a 23-6 run. They are within a point. Spartans trying to turn the tide here. Middle of the third quarter. Lead cut to 37-36. Here's Wilson firing one into Zumbrum left post. Back to Savannah left corner. And now to Zumbrum open on the wing. A 3, it's good! Brady Zumbrum, first 3 of the season. And could not have picked a better time. 30... That should be a 3, right? 40-36. Board only put up 2. I thought they signaled 3 for sure. Gonna have to go back and look. I thought both hands went up from the officials. What the heck? Stevenson with it. Spartans still in zone. Here's a 3, and Zumbrum blocks it on Leo's try from the right wing. So give Brady a rejection to go with it. Here's Ferris, pull up under the right elbow in transition, and back rimmed it. And DeBerry snaps it ahead for Pennock into the front court for Stevenson. Feeding Leo right corner for 3. Up off the rim. Coleman the offensive board. Dumped it down low. DeBerry couldn't finish. Now we have a foul going for the rebound that is on York. And this will be Savannah Wilson called for her 3rd of the night. And she'll come out. Tori Geithner is in. Well, I guess it was a 2. Well, there goes my perfect season. First time I've been wrong. Here's a high-low play, intercepted. Naylor down low, picks it off. Spartans bring it up, and Geithner looks to Ferris, cycling to the left baseline and whipped it out top. Zumbrum now hits a cutting. Bortner right under the hoop, looks up over her shoulder and finishes a reverse layup. And now the lead up to 5. 41-36, 3:40 to go in the third. Spartans will stay in the 3-2 zone. Coleman catching it right post. Pass deflected. Stolen away by Ferris. The 3-2 is working. Here goes Ferris all the way in. Flips up the layup. It's good. Timeout Stevenson. Ferris in the double figures. And the Mustangs need a 30. 3:26 to go in the third. York up 43-36. And a nice little 6-0 sprint. Puts them up 7. Big time answer after the Mustangs had closed to within 1. Joe Schullis doing the talking in the timeout huddle here. And the Spartans getting a little momentum back. 43-36. Now, even in that first meeting in York, Spartans sprinted out to a 19-6 lead. Stevenson had, I guess it would have been a 17-4 answer in that game, tying it. And then it was close most of the way. Spartans now pick up some full court zone press. And Ferguson, oh man, did she? She did. She double dribbled. Approaching the timeline, instinctively went to pull it back and protect it, and then put the dribble down again. Now the Spartans have it off the turnover, and just a different look. It wasn't a hard trap, but the threat of it. Spartans with it now, 6-0 run. Here's Zumbrum, give and go down to Naylor, cutting to the hoop, but overshot her. And out of bounds it goes. It'll be the 8th turnover on York. They have forced 11. Coleman helping out in the middle against the press. Here goes Ferguson down toward the hoop, and she's going to the line. Naylor blocked it, but picks up her third of the night in doing so. And they brought Olivia Coleman, the center, back toward midcourt, or even shy of midcourt, to help facilitate against the press. And Ferguson down at the other end. Her first free throw is good. 43-37 York. One more coming. And Ferguson second, up and rattling all around the rim, and it lips out. Rebound to Ferris. They double her in the backcourt. She finds Bortner as an outlet at midcourt, and Alana wants to go all the way and does. Takes it all the way from half court, and a left-hand layup is good. Now the Spartans double on Ferguson shy of half court. 45-37 the lead. Mustangs handle the press again. And Ferguson into Coleman underneath. She's fouled going up in a pack of green jerseys, but Coleman towers over everybody. And the pass in from the right corner set her up. They must have gotten somebody other than Naylor for one of the previous fouls, because this one is Brooklyn's third. Now, Alyssa Hocker coming in. It will be for Naylor. And Olivia Coleman at the line for two more. First is up and good. Gives her 9 tonight. Coleman second, and that rattles in and out. Rebound just eluded Geithner's outstretched hand, and the Mustangs keep it alive, but I think the shot clock went all the way to 30 instead of 20. They stop play, and they will take it from 26 down to 16. Now Stevenson will bring Kelly Johnson back in. DeBerry will sit. 2:25 to go in the third. York 45, Stevenson 38. And Johnson, in front of her coaching staff, tosses in. Got ourselves a game. Spartans out to the huge lead early, but it will not be easy tonight. They stay in zone. Jazelskis launches an off-balance three. Airball to Kelly Johnson. Caught it underneath, and Ferris blocked her from behind at the horn. Spartans get the stop, and Geithner pushing it up the floor, trying to go right corner. It's knocked away, and that's fortunate that Jazelski's got a hand on it, because Hocker had left the corner cutting underneath. Geithner, when she fired it, thought she'd still be there. Bortner inbounds. Ferris the catch out above the arc. Under 2 minutes to go in the third. Lead is 7. Here's Hocker up top. Left side, Geithner, a three. Up and banks it in. Had it all the way. Geithner off the catch, steps into the three. That's her first three of the year. And it's 48-38. Ferris defending Ferguson at half court. And the Mustangs get lined up on offense. 3-2 zone the Spartans drop into. And the shot clock already under 10. That's one of the things that press will do. Here's Jazelski's right corner three. It's good. Answers back as the freshman hits her second of the night. 48-41 York. A minute 10 to play in the third quarter. Ferris brings it up, going to Geithner deep left. Lacey Johnson out on her. Now Ferris top of the arc. Left side, it's Bortner off a Geithner's screen. That's for three. A little bit short. Backside rebound to Carlson. And Coleman collided into her. Olivia Coleman whistled for her first foul of the evening. Stevenson with Trisha Tellian at the table, subs in. And Ferris underneath, sets it up, looking, and fires it out. Hocker comes free. Out near the face of the Mustang logo at midcourt. Here's Ferris with it off to Carlson, and now to Geithner up top. 9 to shoot, shovels it into Hocker, backing down into the post. All the way out, Ferris, left wing for 3. Hit the front of the rim, kicked off to Lacey Johnson. And the Mustangs have it with about a 5-second difference on the clocks. Final half minute of the quarter. York's lead is 7. The lead at the half was 9. It got cut to 1 this quarter. And here's Tellian to Coleman. Left elbow jumper and rattles it in. And now the lead is cut to 5 with 10 seconds left. 48-43. Ferris into the front court. Behind the back dribble. Carlson screen. Throws it left side. Bortner a 3. Back rimmed it. Long carom to Kelly Johnson at the three-point line as time runs out. And we have completed 3 tonight. And the Spartans will have a test in the fourth quarter in this one. The big lead early in this one, a distant memory. It's York 48, Stevenson 43. Going to the fourth on the Spartan Sports Network.
People's Bank is happy to sponsor the home of the York Revolution, People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving the community for more than 155 years, committed to helping their clients achieve their dreams and live confidently. That commitment continues at People's Bank Park, with Revs games, concerts, events, youth sports, and much more. We're proud to partner with the York Revolution, and we look forward to seeing you at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
When you work with an independent insurance agent, you put the power of choice to work for you. Independent agents know several companies and their coverages, which means more options. And because companies like Donegal Insurance Group use the independent agent system, you not only get quality insurance, you also save money. The independent insurance agent system. Discover the power of choice. Contact Kochman Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman Kunkel Insurance.
Your home for the Spartans. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Fourth quarter begins with Stevenson possession to our right. Spartan lead is 48-43. Coleman high post and out. Left corner, it's Pennick with it. Spartans in the 3-2 zone. Arnold in the left corner guarding. It went down to Coleman. She was surrounded, got it away. Here's Jazelski's with a jumper and good. A long 2 to the right of the elbow. And it's 48-45, a one-possession game, half a minute into the fourth. Spartans to our left, and Wilson picks up, pivots, finds Zumbrum. Right wing, now to Arnold, out of the corner, curls in, down the lane, Coleman blocked. A left-hand scoop, Arnold recovered it but missed. Zumbrum on the pass toward the right corner, and it goes out into the front row by their band. So now just about a minute into the fourth quarter, and Stevenson with it. And they can tie with a 3. They were down 18 in the first half. Spartans in zone. Coleman, high right post. A bounce down to Kelly Johnson. Up and scores. Had the size advantage on Arnold. Went straight up with it on the high-low play. And it's a one-point game again. 48-47. Second time the Stangs have climbed to within a point. Here's Wilson driving and bursting to the hoop and lays it in. Left everybody in her dust. 50-47 York with 8:20 to play. Mustangs set up. Pennick at the controls. Now DeBerry coming out. And back to Pennick into the left corner. Jazelski's. And back to Pennick above the arc. High post Coleman. Ferris met her. Coleman pivots, finds Pennick, left wing 3, long, rebound Zumbrum, and quickly off to Wilson, who's open. Here's Savannah galloping up the floor to the foul line, hits Ferris left wing, dribbled deep and fired it back. Now Wilson to Zumbrum, high left post, drives on Coleman, who blocked it. DeBerry grabs it, pushing it, angling through the middle to the left. Pennick all the way across Jazelski's right corner. Now Kelly Johnson to Coleman, off to DeBerry, a 3, no good. Rebound Wilson and a foul on Kelly Johnson. who was entangled with Wilson going for it. York ball with 7:31 to go. Still with the lead. Not by much. 50-47. Spartans go double high post on this set, and Zumbrum interfered with from behind. Ball knocked loose. That's a reach in on Stevenson. Official trying to remember who did it. Looking around and settling on Morgan DeBerry, who was the guilty party. Coleman comes out now. They will spell her for the stretch run. And Bortner over toward the table will be the one to inbound it. Arnold coming free out front. And going to Zumbrum in the high post, squares it up, matched up on Kelly Johnson, dribbling in, and Pennick reached, ripped it loose. Now diving in the left corner, Bortner with Jazelski's, and we got a jump ball. It will stay with York. Possession did change hands, so a turnover on each, and a fresh 30 for the Spartans with which to work. 7:10 to go. 50-47 is the lead. I think Jackie Boswell questioning whether it should be a fresh 30, but it is. And Bortner down near the left corner to inbound, has Ferris tightly guarded, but receiving it near the table. Now working off a Zumbrum screen, pull-up jumper, foul line, rimmed off, Zumbrum the board, out to Ferris, to Wilson, 3 right wing. That's too strong. Ferris ran down to the baseline to grab it. Another chance, and Zumbrum right to the hoop, cruises in for an open score. Lays it in, Spartans up 5 with 6:45 to play. On their third chance, now a tip pass at half court. Wilson intercepts it and has Arnold cutting to the hoop. Layup is no good. And back the other way, Pennick's got it for Stevenson. And looking for a trailing Johnson as they set up around the perimeter. And the Spartans looking for a stop, a 5-point lead, 6:15 to play. Here's Jazelski's left wing, down low to Barry, trying to undercut Zumbrum and got tripped up. Well, a moment ago, the Spartans, I think it was their third chance on that trip. It felt like their fourth. And somebody reached on Zumbrum rather than getting in front of her, and she drove it and ended up with a clear finish line to the hoop. And that put them up 5. Then the full court pressure led to a tip pass. I think it was Bortner who tipped it. Wilson finished it. Here's Coleman back in the game. They fire it down to her. She missed by the rim. Kelly Johnson saves it. Out front, a 3. Lacey Johnson missed it short. And Megan Carlson, huge rebound. And a foul on Stevenson. As Ferguson and Kelly Johnson had her pinned, one of them whistled. It'll be Ferguson with her second tonight. York ball, 5:59 to go. Lead is 5, 52-47, and Ferris will march it up. Here's Arnold to screen up high, and Ferris picks up foul line, underhands it to Cass, all the way across Bortner, left wing, and along now for Carlson to the left of the lane. Out front, it's Ferris, backs it up, starts it back in. Hits Carlson above the foul line. She'll drive it. Coleman blocks it. Ball loose. It's punched out over the baseline with 1 on the shot clock, and it does stay with York. I think players on both teams tipped it. Spartans have 1 to shoot. Betsy Whitman lets them know what the baseline out-of-bounds play will be, and Ferris bounces it in. Carlson fadeaway, putting it up. And hit the rim, but they call it a shot clock violation, as evidently it took her too long to leave her hand. Well, that's one thing on the shot clock here. That 1 second, you don't know if it was, point something. It said 1, but that horn went off immediately. The Mustangs with it. It's a York turnover. Coming down on 5 minutes left. Coleman in the left post, surrounded, goes up top. Kelly Johnson, a 3, no good. Coleman, the board, puts it back up and muscles it in. Towering over 2, if not 3 Spartans nearby. And a one-score game again, 52-49. 4:45 to go. Here's Arnold catching it low left, and we got a foul way away from the ball. Lacey Johnson called for a hold. And that is Stevenson's 4th this quarter. Spartans will shoot from here on. 4:45 to play. And Ferris on the baseline play. Into Bortner, left wing, off a screen. Shoots! It's a 3! All net for Bortner, her 3rd of the night. And a screen on the wing freed her up. Kelly Johnson trying to fight around it. Bortner took a moment to be sure she was open and cashes in on a huge triple, up by 6. Foul line jumper, and Ferguson can't hit. Rebound Ferris. Motoring up the right sideline, up 6. Bortner's 3, doubling the lead. And here's Ferris now launching and missing a deep 2, I believe it was. And it caroms out over the baseline. It belongs to Stevenson as Ferris throws her hands up above her head. And we are about to hit the 4-minute mark for regulation. Spartans continue in their 3-2 zone. A lot of times when they switch to it, they don't go out of it. And here's a 3 right side, and that's a brick. Carly Leo missing badly. Ferris the board, throws it up the right sideline to Bortner. Room to move up, across to Carlson, into the left corner. Wilson a 3, and a little bit short. And the Spartans come away with it. Lacey Johnson hit the deck, coughed it up. Bortner a 3 out front. That's in and out, and Lacey Johnson this time tipped the rebound to herself. Pushes it up quickly. 3.5 to go. Spartans still up 6. Mustangs into their set. Carlson coming out to the right corner on the zone. And Lacey Johnson will curl around top and try to set up. Ferris up on Ferguson now. High post entry, Coleman. Down to Kelly Johnson, and it looked like Carlson got a block, and Brooklyn Naylor pulls it in. Carlson should get a block on that miss, I believe. Spartans with it, under 3 minutes to go. Still up 6. Here's Wilson, top of the arc. Left side for Ferris, and now Naylor out top. To Bortner, left wing, shot clock at 8, working past Kelly Johnson, pull up, foul line, bang, try, it bounced out, off the glass, and right back in. Lead is 8 with 2:36 to go. And Stevenson calls time, 57-49 York. Now Bortner dribbled right past Kelly Johnson, her defender, and pulled up at the foul line and got the bounce. And Bortner with 17 for the second straight game. 2:36 to go, 57-49. And she saw Kelly Johnson, who closed out. Johnson more of a power forward. Bortner recognizing the quickness advantage that she had there, and scooted right past her into the shot and got rid of it before Olivia Coleman could come up the lane and contest it. By the way, Kayla Ferris with all these defensive rebounds here in this 4th quarter, now with 12 boards on the night to go with 10 points. And guess what? Another double-double, her 11th this year, 4th in a row. Now the Spartans defending, up 8. Here's Ferguson, a long jumper out front, and banks it in. Off the glass and good. Mustangs press. 57-51 York. Ferris open to stroll it through the middle. And a handoff, Naylor right wing. Uses her dribbles, goes to Ferris right perimeter. To Zumbrum outside the post. Looks for cutters, and a pass intended for Ferris, who was covered. Might have hit a Mustang in the back of the head, and they've got it. Here's a 3 left side, and Leo airballs it short. Ferris the catch, rebound number 13. Down the floor, Bortner caught it deep and could have gone right up, but they'll pull it out to Ferris and try to run some time. Up 6, 135 and ticking. Here's Ferris holding it left wing. Has Wilson top of the arc. Into Zumbrum, high post. Squares it. 4 to shoot. Drives on Coleman, who blocks another one. And out of bounds underneath with 1 second to shoot. My goodness, Olivia Coleman with another block tonight. I don't know that anybody's gotten a shot up over her. Any shot attempted against her, I believe she's blocked. Ferris throws it in. Bortner lets it fly, and again, shot clock violation, the call. Trying to catch it and let it rip before the horn, but the quick release couldn't have been quick enough, evidently, that time. 1:10 remaining. Mustangs with it. Wilson fights over a screen on the right wing. Arm goes up as Jazelski's got tripped, and Wilson can't believe it. She is called for the foul. She went over the screen, battled her butt off to do that. And then Savannah thought that the Mustang freshman tripped from some other fashion than what she had done. But Wilson called for her 4th. Only the team's second this quarter. And we're about to hit 1 minute remaining. Spartans by 6, and Bortner tips a high post entry. Mustangs save it, 7 to shoot. And it's Pennick, right baseline drive, tried to force it into Kelly Johnson. It's stolen away. Brooklyn Naylor's got it. And Ferris will steady it, brings it across with 45 seconds left. Up by 6, Mustangs not fouling. Wilson starts in to Ferris, and now to Zumbrum up top. 12 to shoot, 30 seconds to play. Here's Bortner with it. Alana to the foul line, a bounce off to Wilson. 3 to shoot, step back 3, up and off the front of the rim. And Coleman runs it down to the far sideline, her 8th rebound. 15 seconds, all that remains though. And here's Coleman backing down Naylor, up and draws the foul, but my goodness, they just let the time drip away. And it's going to be 2 at the line for Coleman, but with under 10 seconds to go now. 9.2. And they did not foul, and they did not get a shot close to quick enough, as Coleman's first free throw is good. That makes it 57-52. One more up, and that's good, but still a 2-score game. There is time with a miracle, but it is desperation time. And a timeout, Spartans take it, and that'll allow them to inbound from the front court with 9.2 to play, 57-53. And a 30-second timeout, coach will draw it up. Now that was just textbook the way that York handled it, and I could not believe Stevenson didn't foul. A foul would have put York at the line. And the Spartans ran the entire possession, did not score, but they killed off half a minute. And then by the time Coleman ran down that rebound toward the sideline, and by the time they got into the front court, even their possession was methodical. Coleman ended up kind of doing a back down move with a couple dribbles into the post down toward the lane. Spartans not upset about it. And Naylor by the table will inbound, and Ferris was wide open. They go into Bortner instead. I think Naylor's eyes were fixated on Bortner, who's fouled. And this will put Alana at the line with 8.1 as Trisha Tellian hacked her. And Bortner will look to finish this one. First one up, and it's good. 18 on the night for her. All the Spartans back. Second one off front rim, and a quick timeout, Stevenson. Only Bortner's second free throw miss all year. And the Mustangs a full timeout with 7.5 to go. We'll stay here with it being this late in the game. 58-53 York. Bortner, I think Alana, I believe, started the year 19 for 19. It was at least 17 for 17. And she is now 23 for 25 at the line this year, 92%. The Mustangs will have a front court inbound with 7.5 remaining. York up 58-53. This is far from the laugher that it looked like it might be early. It looked like we might have cruise control all the way to Chick-fil-A here tonight, but Stevenson twice in the second half pulled to within a point. But the Spartans trying to hold them off and go to 16-4. And it'll be Kelly Johnson and next to the Stevenson bench. Into the right corner, Jazowski's dumps it down to Coleman. Turnaround shot rattled out, trying to wrestle her own miss away from Naylor, and Coleman called for going over the back. Now York will shoot. That'll be a loose ball rebound, and Brooklyn Naylor will have to. Oh, a tee called, I think, on the head coach, Jackie Boswell. And the Stevenson fans are PO'd. At the end of the first meeting in York, it was Olivia Coleman who got teed up. And I was surprised then. It didn't look like she said much, but this time they tee up the head coach. And Jackie Boswell is incensed. Brooklyn Naylor at the line, and her first off the glass and then spun off the rim. Jackie Boswell still in the ear of the one official who's willing to put up with it. Naylor's second is off back rim. But the Spartans will have two more, and it looks like Savannah Wilson will take these. And then it'll be their ball with one inbound to finish the job. Wilson's first, that bounces in. That gives Savannah 8. And one more up, and it's good. 60-53 with 2.7 left. Stevenson's clock management down the stretch has been a display of exactly what not to do. And Bortner at half court, far side of the floor, inbounds to Ferris, safely in the backcourt, dribbles it out, and that's game. Spartans win 60-53 here at Stevenson tonight. First visit to Owings Mills as Commonwealth foes. And the Spartans finish the job. A huge lead early. It was threatened really before the first half had totally finished. And Stevenson twice in the second half pulling to within a point, but wasn't necessarily pretty, but the Spartans proved to be closers tonight. And they are 16-4 overall, 10-2 in Commonwealth play. Keep on winning, and maybe Messiah will trip up at some point. Just take care of your business. And the Spartans stay right there near the top, 10-2. Stevenson has its 5-game winning streak snapped. They go to 9-10 overall, 6-5 in the conference. And again, probably should have talked more about this 5-game winning streak that Stevenson came in on. Not exactly slouches that they have beaten. The 2-point win at Albright on the road. They beat number 23 Mary Washington by 2. Overtime win against Alvernia on Saturday. So they were playing their best ball of the year, but the Spartans are the team that stops the winning streak dead in its tracks. And York looking to start its own winning streak as the month of February is underway with a road conference victory. The final score tonight, York 60, Stevenson 53. Take a timeout. Stay tuned. Post-game show on the women's side is coming up. Take a look at the post-game stats and all of the particulars of this one. As York gets back into the win column, the women had actually lost 2 of their previous 3 coming in, but big win on the road in Maryland tonight, 60-53. Your final post-game show is next here on the Spartan Sports Network.
Hey, Fred, did you see that Shipley Energy was hiring CDL drivers?
Really? My buddy works there. He's been driving for them for over 20 years. Must be a nice place to work.
Yeah, I saw online that they're hiring transport drivers and propane and heating oil delivery drivers.
Do you need to have a hazmat?
Nah, they'll help us get one. They also give 4 weeks vacation, benefits like healthcare, and we'll get to be home every night.
I'm going to check it out tonight.
Yeah, man. Go to shipleyenergy.com/drive and apply. It took me less than 5 minutes.
I'm pulling it up on my phone right now.
Based right here in York, Gladfelder Insurance Group is one of the largest program managers and insurance brokers in the United States, with more than 500 associates serving 30,000 clients. From the Gladfelder Agency, an all-lines full-service agency in York, to specialty programs insurance serving the needs of commercial clients, including emergency responders, healthcare facilities, schools, towns, churches, and more, Gladfelder has been earning the trust of its clients for 70 years. Gladfelder Insurance Group, a tradition of service founded on trust. Gladfelder Insurance Group is a proud supporter of York College of Pennsylvania and Spartan Athletics on WOYK.
Which is better? Getting the perfect set, the perfect approach, and powering through the ball with the perfect hit? Or reading the hitter, moving to the ball, and making the perfect dig? Flying Feet knows the answer. It all depends on which side of the net you're on. Flying Feet. Flying Feet Sports Shoes is Central PA's home court for volleyball, featuring the names that know the game: Mizuno, Asics, and Adidas. Flying Feet offers volleyball spandex and shorts and the best selection of knee pads around. Flying Feet is also your active ankle connection, the same active ankle braces chosen by coaches and players at the college level. And because volleyball isn't just for the gym, Flying Feet carries a great selection of indoor and outdoor balls for working it out on the beach or in the backyard. Flying Feet Sports Shoes, the sportswear specialty store without specialty store prices. Flying Feet. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, just off exit 18 of I-83, next to Battery Warehouse. It's gonna be another epic year of high school hoops, and Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK are ready for tip-off. Tune in every week for the high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Plus, go to 989WOYK.com for a full breakdown of the teams and the players of the York Adams League. The high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch all the action all season on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350, online at 989WOYK.com, or download the new WOYK app.
It's almost time. The York Revolution roster is being built for the upcoming season. And right here is where you get the news first. Join Daryl Henry and Revs manager Mark Mason for Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy. The latest player signings, plus interviews live on the show each week. Coming up this week, the York Revolution are signing. That wouldn't be fun. You gotta tune in to find out. Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy.
Monday, February 7th at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. There's no running from it. Tax season will be here before you know it. The professionals at Frank Storm & Company can help alleviate the headache. Voted one of the best for all 21 years by the York Dispatch readers for both your personal and business tax needs, Frank Storm & Company makes the process easy. Payrolls, sales tax, preparation of financial statements, in addition to your personal tax service. Call today to set up your appointment at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Frank Storm & Company, committed to personalized quality service.
Your home for York's home team. The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Post-game on the women's side, here from Stevenson tonight. Spartans win it 60-53. Daryl Henry back with you. York improves to 16-4. 10-2 in MAC Commonwealth play. Messiah did beat Leadville by 21 tonight, so York remains one game back, but right there on the Falcons' heels in second place. No margin for error for the Falcons still. And otherwise, there could be a coin flip later on. A long way to go before we get to that point. York just needs to continue to take care of its business, but they continue to do that on the road. Spartans now 8-0 on the road this year. That is certainly something to highlight. 19-2 all-time against Stevenson as they resume being conference foes. And for the Mustangs, again, they had won 5 in a row coming in. That streak is snapped. They go to 9-10 overall, 6-5 in Commonwealth play. Take a look at the post-game stats. On the women's side, 60-53 the final. And inside the numbers, brought to you by Frank Storm and Company. Tax season is, well, closer than it's ever been now. Skip the headache. Let Frank Storm and Company take care of your numbers this spring at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. By the way, Scott telling me before we get to the stats, one of the other women's games tonight, Widener beat Albright at Albright by 29. Holy smokes. Now those are 2 of the better, second level teams on the women's side in the Commonwealth, part of that second rung. But for anybody to go to Albright and win by 29 there, that just goes to show anything in this league on any given night. And it's been fun. I've enjoyed it. Our first go around and been looking forward to it ever since it was announced. Of course, we didn't get to experience it last year, but the Commonwealth's going to be fun. And any given night, that is for sure. It was 82-53, Widener winning at Albright. But as far as our women's game is concerned, 60-53 the final. The big number, York was out to a 31-13 lead. And then Stevenson went on a 23-6 answer, got to within 1 point for the first of 2 times in the second half, but the Spartans were able to pull back far enough away, keep them at arm's length, finish the job. Oh, that game was actually at Widener tonight. But anyway, come on, Scott. No, I'm just kidding. Appreciate the notes. But the Spartans tonight, they got off to a blistering shooting start in the first quarter, 10 for 17. And the way the game started, a little bit disappointing that they ended up shooting 38% for the game, but they held Stevenson to 34%. York ended up with a tough night from 3. 3 for 6 in the first quarter and just 2 for 19 the rest of the way, so 5 for 25 total. A couple more of those, win would have been much easier to come by, but they still get the job done. Stevenson 5 for 20 from 3. Spartans 5 for 8 at the line. Stevenson 10 for 14. Turnovers, both teams were pretty good with the ball. York 12 turnovers, Stevenson 14. Spartans a rare night where they actually lost the points off turnover numbers, 16-14, but a slim margin. Spartans did out-rebound the Mustangs 42-36, 17 offensive rebounds for York. Spartans had 14 assists as a team. Mustangs had 10. York with 11 steals, Stevenson 6. Spartans are the top thieving team in the league, and there's 11 steals right on their average per game for the season. Mustang bench actually outscored York's 15-5, but Spartans had a 10-0 lead in points in the paint, or rather in fast break points, and 32-20 in points in the paint. Individually, York led by Alana Bortner tonight as she poured in 18, one game after having 17 on Saturday. So we're getting into the final month of her college career, and she is looking to make the most of it. 7 for 15 shooting, 3 for 9 from 3. Brady Zumbrum tonight, 12 points, 3 rebounds. Kayla Ferris, ho-hum, another double-double, 10 points, 13 rebounds, another boring old double-double, 6 assists for her. That is her 19th career double-double, 11th this season. She's 3rd in the conference in that category and has a double-double each of her last 4 games. She has also now scored in double figures in 19 of the 20 games this season. Savannah Wilson, 9 points, 4 boards, 3 assists. Cassidy Arnold, 6 points, 7 rebounds tonight. Megan Carlson had 5 big rebounds off the bench to go with 2 points. Tori Geithner, 3 points. She hit a 3-pointer. And those were the leaders for York. Stevenson led by Olivia Coleman, 15 points, 8 rebounds. That puts her at 998 career rebounds. Did not get to 1,000 tonight. Came up 2 rebounds short of that mark. Kelly Johnson, 9 points, 8 rebounds. Asia Ferguson and Emery Jazowski's with 8 points apiece. Coleman was the only one in double figures. Spartans placed 3 in double figures, and they win it 60-53. So back into the win column. Big win for the women. It was not easy. It looked early on like it might be. It certainly was not. But they come down here, get the result that they wanted, and it's off to Chick-fil-A for the women. And we'll host Widener on Saturday at home, back to a 1 p.m. start. 1 p.m. for the women when Widener comes in on Saturday afternoon. That's what's up next. For us, what's next? The men's pregame show. Spartans looking for a doubleheader sweep tonight. It's been some time since we've had one of those, and they are due. Could tonight be the night? The women win it 60-53, your final score. Stay tuned. We'll transition to the men's pregame show coming up next here on the Spartan Sports Network.
York College of Pennsylvania is where your life's work begins. It starts with the passion you'll find, the connections you'll make, the career you'll pursue, and it begins from day one. Because your life's work is more than work. It's the lives you'll touch. It's the difference you'll make. Better connections, a smarter plan, a life that works. From day one. York College of Pennsylvania, ycp.edu.
Based right here in York, Gladfelder Insurance Group is one of the largest program managers and insurance brokers in the United States, with more than 500 associates serving 30,000 clients. From the Gladfelder Agency, an all-lines full-service agency in York, to specialty programs insurance serving the needs of commercial clients, including emergency responders, healthcare facilities, schools, towns, churches, and more, Gladfelder has been earning the trust of its clients for 70 years. Gladfelder Insurance Group, a tradition of service founded on trust. Gladfelder Insurance Group is a proud supporter of York College of Pennsylvania and Spartan Athletics on WOYK.
It's almost time. The York Revolution roster is being built for the upcoming season. And right here is where you get the news first. Join Daryl Henry and Revs manager Mark Mason for Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy. The latest player signings, plus interviews live on the show each week. Coming up this week, the York Revolution are signing. That wouldn't be fun. You gotta tune in to find out. Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy.
Monday, February 7th at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. Catch all the action of the 2022 Winter Games. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK for updates all day, presented by Flying Feet. Back inside Owings Mills Gymnasium, getting set for the men's half of tonight's doubleheader, and the York College men are due. They have been so close. The last 2 losses coming by a combined 7 points. And tonight, for the first time Since 2016, they finally take on the Stevenson Mustangs. Welcome back in, everyone. Daryl Henry with you. Spartans have gotten closer and closer during the course of this losing streak, tantalizingly close, especially this past week, where they lost by almost identical scores, 59-55 and 59-56. Just cruel. And that's not the only thing that's been cruel. Saturday, for instance, maybe the most in any of these recent games where you've had a bunch of those shots that are halfway in and pop out, and that's been happening to them a lot, but maybe none more so than Saturday's game against Messiah. Last Wednesday at Lebanon Valley, they were tied into the final minute and lost the game. Saturday against Messiah, Travis stole the game-tying shot, banked in with 40 seconds to go, tied until there were 9 seconds to go when Tyler Penley hit a deep contested three with the shot clock about to expire. And the Spartans, who in that second half went 7 shutout minutes defensively at one point to get them back actually to a 1-point lead very briefly. They were down 12 at one point, came roaring back. Then in the final possession, defended for 29 of the 30 seconds before giving up a 3 on a tough shot. And that ended up being the game winner. It came with 9 seconds left. So again, the last 2 games tied into the final minute, tied into the final seconds. And the Spartans tonight trying to snap a 6-game losing streak, their longest since February of 2016. But we still have this month of February to go as they try to put something positive together down the stretch, heading toward the postseason. They will qualify. That is not in question. York is 6-10 coming in tonight, 2-9 in Commonwealth play. And the first meeting against Stevenson never occurred as the Spartans were handed a forfeit loss due to the vid back on January 5th. Stevenson is 9-8 overall, 4-6 in Commonwealth play. They are 7-3 here at home, but overall have hit the skids here of late. They've dropped their last 2 and 3 of their last 4 overall, and they have been absolutely run out of the gym by teams in the second half of games here this past week. Gave up 62 second-half points at Hood last Wednesday, allowing 19 threes to the Blazers and 110 total points in that absurd game. And then losing at Alvernia Saturday, they were tied at halftime and they lost 95-75, giving up 50 second-half points in that game. So maybe tonight is the night that the Spartan offense could get back on track. It's been a challenge. We will hear from head coach Matt Hunter about that and a whole lot more coming up here on the pregame show momentarily. Spartans out for the last round of warm-ups here tonight as opening tip-off is about 10 minutes away or so. We've got head coach Matt Hunter coming up next. Stay tuned for that. York and Stevenson finally will get together on the basketball court, and we'll have it for you from Maryland right here tonight on the Spartan Sports Network. And actually, our commercial playing software has frozen, so we'll stay here with you for a moment before joining Matt's interview. But yeah, these two teams will meet for the first time since December 20th of 2016. Which was at the Grumbacher Center. The last time they met here was opening night of the 2015-16 season, and the Spartans won that one as well. They've won the last 2 in the head-to-head series, 16-4 all time. And let's get to Matt's interview right now. We caught up with head coach Matt Hunter in his office earlier today before the team had shoot-around back home at the Grumbacher Center prior to departing here for Owings Mills tonight. Here's our customary pregame chat with the head coach of the Spartans, Matt Hunter. Welcome back. Pregame for the men's game tonight. Spartans here at Stevenson. Head coach Matt Hunter joins us. And Matt, my goodness, these last two, within 4, within 3, down to the final minute or the final seconds. How do you sum up the effort that your team put forth last week in close games, and how you guys are feeling coming away from a couple of tough ones that were tough to swallow?
Yeah, absolutely. Tough to swallow, sure. But the effort, tremendous, and great growth from the team, and like the application of scouting report and stuff that we were focused on and looking to do. And so really happy with that. And we just, I think we talked about it going into the game. We got to keep putting ourselves in those moments, and then be ready to, rise up and knock them down. We defended well enough to win, and now we just got to keep working on the offensive end and find a way to put a complete game together, because that's what it takes to win.
Literally every game has been closer and closer. And the two last week, did you learn different things from each of those two games?
They were both very similar. Obviously the LVC game was tight the whole way through. Messiah, we got down a little bit and, kind of we're questioning ourselves there. I think, at the end of the halfway point of the second half, and showed awesome competitive spirit, made a big run. And we didn't give up a field goal for about 7 minutes. So we did some really positive things, and it's really about just kind of believing in ourselves at this point, and understanding that who we are is enough, and what we've always done is enough, and we just got to go out there and kind of believe in ourselves and trust ourselves and go make some shots and get the job done.
Yeah, 7-minute stretch without giving up a point was incredible. And then even the last possession where they hit the 3, I mean, you had great defense to ultimately force that shot with 1 second left on the shot clock, right? I mean, even that possession at the end.
Yeah, I mean, both the possessions they scored on, the one was loose ball steal. We just didn't grab it, and it's bad bounce, goes their way. They're able to draw and kick one for an extra shot. And then the last possession, great defense, well closed out, well contested, and guy knocked it down. And that's basketball. We talk about it makes it the greatest game on earth. Unfortunately, in that instance, we were on the wrong end of it. But that's what makes it such a special game, and why we all love it.
How much would it help to hit some shots early, and for guys just confidence-wise to see it go in?
Yeah, confidence is it's a strange thing. It's a tough thing to grasp hold of, and can't always understand it. We've got guys that are working extremely hard, drilling really well, knocking down shots, and we just got to, again, have that belief. And yes, if we could see some go through in the first 4 or 5 minutes of a game, that would probably really help. But some of those things you can't control. We just got to continue to fight the way that we are, and focus on what we need to do to continue to improve, and everything will fall in place as we move forward.
And the last game especially, there were so many that were like halfway in and lipped out. And, I mean, you can't explain that, right? You just keep fighting to get good shots and keep taking them?
Yeah, I mean, that's offensively, that's the highlight of the week. We turned the ball over 24 times in 2 games, which is a really, really good number. And certainly a huge improvement over things we've done throughout the year. So continue to shoot the shots that we want. And yes, eventually they have to go in. It's at some point it is a numbers game. It's the law of averages. My wife's a math teacher. So it's got to get to that point here somewhere. Maybe we'll get paid off here big time coming down the stretch.
Well, finally, you face Stevenson here tonight, and what's your overview on them, some of the things that they try to do?
Yeah, it's interesting because this is the one team that we haven't physically played yet, so you certainly would love to have that kind of game experience the second time through, but it's the same way for both of us. And Coach Stewart does a great job. I mean, he has his team running some intricate offense, so we just kind of get ready to guard those things and try to take away their strengths and make them play to their second and third options as best we can.
How much is their depth and different lineups and number of guys that they play a factor in preparing for them?
Absolutely. You don't just like many programs this year, it's been guys in and out, and you're never 100% sure what you're going to see or what you're going to get. And we can't be too worried about that. We just got to go out and understand what they're going to try to do to attack us, and then be ready to kind of manipulate our plan a little bit based on who's out there. But the way that they play, it's fairly structured, so we can prepare at a high level regardless.
I noticed one thing, stat-wise, they're at the top in rebounding, offensive rebounding. Is this a game where they're going to crash quite a bit?
Yeah, their interior guys do a good job going to the glass, and they'll crash down. And it's a good competitive game. I mean, every game is tough in this league. There's no easy outs, and each team is unique. I was talking about that with one of the other coaches here as we've gone throughout the year, and they're very different styles based on the day of the week that you're playing and the team that you're competing against. So Wesley inside and Stevenson provide a very different challenge than, Messiah or Lebanon Valley. So we have to take that same kind of effort that we competed with last week and apply it in a slightly different way, but be ready to do the job on that end of the floor again.
So some intricate stuff offensively. What have you seen on film as far as how they play defensively?
Yeah, a lot of half-court, man-to-man. They'll probably extend a little bit and try to pressure us like most teams do, would be my guess, but mostly all man-to-man.
All right, Matt, thanks a lot. Good luck here tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl.
All right, Spartan head coach Matt Hunter. Starters being introduced here. Assistant coach Jared Wagner, fresh haircut. He is standing out at the table to provide the handshakes to the opponents. For the Spartans tonight, Chris Myers, Sean Kelly, Travis Stoll. In the backcourt, David Giuliani and Riley Dobernecki are up front as per the usual. For Stevenson, good luck figuring it out. They've got maybe a couple of guys that have started every game. Well, not even. They've had a couple of guys that have started all of the games they've played, but they have really mixed and matched their lineups. Tonight it'll be KJ Holton, Ronald Ayers, and Khalil Richard, their leading scorer at 14 per game. Those are the guys in the backcourt. Up front, 6'7" freshman Cameron Smith and 6'6" senior Bo Wesley. Wesley, 8.7 rebounds per game, and the league's second leading shot blocker with 23 coming in. Spartans in the road, Kelly Green. Mustangs in the home white with forest green numbers. Spartans are in the huddle in front of their bench. But before we tip, we'll have the anthem here. We'll listen in with Stevenson's band performing. And also the moment of silence again for the Baltimore firefighters who perished in the line of duty.
Who tragically perished in the line of duty. Lieutenant Paul Butcher, Lieutenant Kelsey Sadler, and firefighter Kenny Mateo. Thank you. And now, to honor America, we ask that you remain standing, remove your caps, and face the American flag, the playing of our national anthem, performed today by the Stevenson University Pep Band.
Decent crowd on hand here at Owings Mills Gymnasium. The men making their first visit since the 2015-16 opener, which York won. That was Myers, Reich, and Scamuffo's sophomore years, I believe. And just about set to go here tonight. Stevenson this year, they won 5 in a row to end November at 5-1, but really had a weak early season schedule. Then in December, they went 1-4. The one win was a triple overtime win against Alvernia. January, they had a 5-point win at Widener. They beat Messiah by 3 in overtime, but since then have dropped 3 out of 4. Lost at Albright, beat Leadville, but then gave up 110 in a loss at Hood, and then got run off the floor in the second half at Alvernia on Saturday, giving up 50 in the second half. The Spartans again, road Kelly Green, Stevenson home white. It'll be Dobernacki against Wesley at center, and we are set to go. Ball is up, and Wesley wins it back to KJ Holton, and we are underway tonight from Owings Mills. A bounce to Richard up top, high right post, Wesley with it, back to the top now for Cameron Smith off a screen. He shoots, and he got fouled on it. Just to the right of the foul line circle, and Giuliani trying to contest with the hand extended on the close. Called for the game's first and on a jump shot. So Cameron Smith with 2 at the line. First is good. Smith, the freshman forward of their 2 bigs. He is averaging 11, 4.5 points per game. Playing well. Last week at Hood, he had 20. Saturday, he had 12. Second one, Karam's off. And Giuliani, the conference's leading offensive, defensive, and total rebounder per game, pulls down his first of the night. 1-0 Stevenson. And the Spartans with it to our right. Kelly trying to back his way in. Kicks it right side to Chris Myers. And all the way across, a skip to Kelly. Left side, he'll drive it. Scoops it. Blocking foul. As Kelly took it in deep. Cameron Smith was waiting at the bottom. And he is whistled for the blocking foul. As Kelly got himself contorted a bit, bracing for contact, trying to scoop that shot up. And he will have himself 2 at the line. And his first up and rattles it in. We are tied at 1 here in the first inning. Now one more up. And it's good. 2-1 York. Kelly 77% from the line. Spartans will show the 1-2-2 full court zone. Holton brings it up the left sideline in front of the table. Yeah, we'll go to Richard out top. A ball screen from Wesley. Over now to Ayers on the right wing. Down to Wesley, right block. Squares on Dobernacki. Up fake once, twice. Puts it up. Bounced twice off the rim. And Travis Stoll tracks it down. Kelly on the approach for York. Spartan's second possession. And he'll throw it cross court to Stoll. Right side catch going up top to Dobernacki. Spends his dribble now to Myers out front. Across to Kelly left wing. Down to Giuliani left block. He's doubled. Sidearms it up top. Dobernacki a 3. Back rimmed it. Rebound to Wesley. Quickly off to Richard ahead. Fakes the pass. Dished it off to Ayers along his left side. And Ayers on the break with numbers lays it in. Richard faked the dish to his right. 3-2 Stevenson. Spartans now, Giuliani driving on Smith. Down the lane, pivots back. Right hand hook. He floats it up and in. Soft touch. And it's 4-3 York. Now up ahead. Holton leaking ahead of Myers. Beat him down the floor. And the assist from Richard in the backcourt as Holton races in for the finish. Lays it in. 5-4 Stevenson. We have played 2 minutes. Here's Kelly to Giuliani. Leaking down the lane, pivots, turns to a right-hand hook. It rattled out and right back in. Giuliani a little bit more extended length on that pivoting hook shot, but he gets it to sink. Here's Richard off a ball screen for three, back rimmed it. Dobernecki the board. Giuliani fell down, a little slow to get up, but shakes his head. He'll come back into the play. And he is fed on the trail, shoots, and his three way off to the left. 6-5 York. Stevenson back with it. And here's Holton, bumped off by Myers out front. But they won't call that ticky-tack stuff, at least not early. Here's Wesley inside, fakes, little fadeaway shot, it's good. Bo Wesley, their starting center, senior, 6'6", 230. 7'6", Stevenson. Here's Myers in from the right baseline. He fakes and lays it in. Chris Myers saw himself one-on-one, took his man all the way under. And back and forth we go. Spartans up 8-7, and an attempted touch pass off balance from Ayers on the right wing. Myers intercepted it, goes all the way in, and his pass out was smothered. He wanted to foul on the arm, nothing called. Stevenson steals it back. Here's Holton in from the right side to Wesley. Foul line jumper, all net. And Wesley hits his second. It is 9-8 Stevenson. I believe since it was 1-0, the lead has changed hands consecutively. Every score has been directly answered by the other team. Here's Dobernecki left block, try to cross-wing pass, intercepted by Richard. Richard striding in, little Euro step, and the shot in and out, but tipped in by Cameron Smith. And so ends that trend of everybody answering. Mustangs have scored the last four. They lead it 11-8, and a pass to the right wing. Red, stolen by Cameron Smith. Down the floor against Kelly, and he finger rolls it in. Kelly's pass was Red, and Smith now with a quick 5. Mustangs a quick 6 in a row, lead it 13-8. Our first bit of little separation tonight. Spartans back with it. Stoll right wing. Dashes to the baseline. And a left-hand reverse layup. He spins it up and in. Stoll's first 2 of the night. 13-10 the score. And he'll linger in the backcourt, showing a little zone press look. Spartans, though, will match up man-to-man in the half-court D. And here's Wesley out by the right perimeter. The center with it, into the corner for Holton. Shot fake, working on Myers. Dobernecki picked him up, and a pass intercepted underneath by Giuliani. Now the Spartans back to our right. Kelly with it to Dave, to Stoll, left wing. Oh no, he threw it cross court. He thought Kelly was going to come out front. Did not, wasn't expecting it, I guess. And miscommunication, a turnover. Spartans showing a little frustration. Stoll disgusted with how that developed, and a whole line change. Coach not showing visible frustration. He's encouraging as Rachik, Fowler, Rymel are on in the backcourt. Kent and Mascari will patrol the forward spots. Stevenson with it. Here's Khalil Richard up top. Got a screen to the right. Takes it into the baseline. Fadeaway jumper up and good. Khalil Richard makes it 15-10 Stevenson. His first 2 of the night. They've got Ethan Jones in as Rachik handles right wing. Turns in. Left it for Mascari baseline. Jackson will dribble out. Now to Rachik up top, tees up a 3-ball, and it rattles off. Rebound to Cameron Smith. Jones will handle it. He brings it up the floor. Stevenson to our left. We've also got Cameron Sapienza in the game. Nate Arrington, 6'7" freshman, is in. He goes to Sapienza, right side drive, up off the glass, no good. Fowler helped over, Mascari rebounds it. Jackson's pass ahead deflected, but made it to Rachik. Hits Fowler for 3, back rimmed it from the left wing, and Smith volleyballs the rebound up and brings it down himself. Mustangs get another stop. And now a post entry to Arrington, working around Kent, up off the glass, and it rolls in. Holy cow, somebody was blazing before they came into the building. 17-10 Stevenson. And if you're not hungry now, you're going to be soon. Rymel missing a 3 right wing. Rebound Sapienza. Spartans have gone cold. And Stevenson setting up. Here's Ethan Jones stepping into a 3. Brick. Left it short. Rebound Colin Rymel on the long carom. And Fowler met by Sapienza at the top. Spartans into their half-court set. Mascari left side drive. He's fouled. Jackson saw a seam. He attacked it. And down low by the lane, the contact coming. It'll be Nate Arrington with the Mustangs second. There have been just a combined 3 fouls to this point now. And Mascari at the line. First is good. Jackson averaging 6 points, 6 boards, and an assist here in his freshman year. Former Hershey Trojan. Sport management major here at York. His second, that rattles home. And it's 17-12. Fowler at the front of the full court press. And Merlin Devine just into the game is found open ahead. Back to Ethan Jones. And now to Arrington, who hands off to Jalen Jordan, who just came in. Down low, it's Arrington, left block, trying to turn the corner on Kent. Could not. He spikes it off Kent's leg, and that'll save Stevenson a possession underneath. 10 to shoot. Jordan will be the passer. And all the way out near the table, Jones the grab. Raychik picks him up. Jones, little stumble, got it away to Arrington. Back to Jones, 3 over Raychik, and he missed at the horn. Left wing, rebound Rymel. Off to Mascari, who will push. Jackson behind the back dribble, picks up, fires to Raychik, right wing. And back to Mascari at the top of it. And now motioning for Raychik to cut inside, goes to Rymel, right wing, down to Kent, doubled in the post, out to Fowler, touch pass Raychik, a pass fake, drove it in, fired it down to Kent, who was held on to and fouled. And a great patient possession. Initially, the Spartans looked like they were kind of trying to figure out how to get things set up, and then as they worked it, really nice setup on the pass into Kent, who was fouled going up. And he's got 2 at the line. Sapienza the foul. First free throw for Kent is off back rim. Kent playing in his 6th game, really his 5th in the normal rotation. And his 2nd, he tried to soften the touch, and it clipped the front of the rim and went in and out. So still down 5. And the Mustangs with it. Jones driving across the lane, sweeps it high off the glass, and it drops as he drops to the floor and finishes on both Fowler and Kent. And Stevenson up by 7. 19-12. Here's Kent posting low left. They double over on him. Ball knocked loose, and Arrington grabs it on the baseline. Here comes Jalen Jordan up the right sideline for Stevenson. Bounces it deep underneath Sapienza and out to Jones as they load it up. And trying to work it to Merlin. Devine out top. Raychik all over him. Devine backs it up. Goes to Jordan right wing. Working on Mascari. Spins inside. Floats it up. Missed the shot. Arrington the rebound. And a fadeaway putback is good. 21-12 Stevenson. They do lead the league in offensive rebounds. 12.5 per game. Leads to 2 points that time. Here's Mascari driving hard. He's called for a travel. And a couple of Mustangs ready for him down low, and he tried to slam the brakes and pick up. Giuliani and Kelly will come back in as Rymel heads out. And so does Kent. Spartans show the 1-2-2 full court and a long pass ahead. Stevenson into their front court. And Mascari trying to face guard Jordan and take him away. They'll go to Devine up top instead and drives in on Raychik, hangs, missed the bank. too hard. Rachik helping to get that stop as Mascari tracks down the carom. Now the Spartans need to score. Here's Kelly with it left wing to Mascari at the top. Motions Fowler to cut inside. They go to Rachik right wing, down to Giuliani. Back up top, Fowler fires a deep two, and it's good. His foot was on the line, but Fowler puts an end to the drought. 21-14. Sapienza down at the other end. A transition jumper. It's good. Right side at mid-range, and it's 23-14, Stevenson. Now here's Fowler, right side, working on Jones, and they'll go up top. Giuliani, left side, Rachik, dribbling deep, and fires it back up top. Dave swings to Kelly. Kelly, hesitation, drive on Jones, who fell, and Kelly is called for the offensive foul. Trying to pivot off the contact into a shot. The shot was blocked, but before that, he's called for the push-off. Now Rachik is out, and Mascari as Myers and Stoll return. Stevenson bringing Ronald Ayers, freshman guard, back in. He started. Cameron Smith back in as well. The Mustangs inbound as KJ Holton brings it up. Junior guard from the famed DeMatha Catholic. And a bounce to Jordan left wing, a three, it's good. And it is now 26-14, Stevenson. Here's Kelly hustling it ahead. And across to Fowler to the right of the circle. Spartan set up. Stoll, cross-court, Myers fires a three, left corner. It's no good. He followed his own miss. Fakes, puts it up, got fouled on it. And Myers, great read on his own miss. And Cameron Smith will be called for his second. Myers at the line first, up, and it rattles off. His folks are here from the D.C. area, Centerville, Virginia. Myers went to Chantilly High School. Sophomore guard, international business major. Entrepreneurship minor. His second one up and off the front of the rim. Missed them both. A rare misfire from Myers. And Stevenson back on offense to our left. Spartans man-to-man. And here is Holton off a bump up top. Play goes on. Going to Bo Wesley, who's back in. The big man runs it down into the right corner and sends it back out. Khalil Richard with 5 to shoot, working on Myers, hesitation drive, and he carried it. He palmed it, trying to get himself past the defender, and the Spartans with the turnover stop. Richard, the senior, he's their leading scorer at 14 a game. Couldn't get away with that one. Spartans back with it, still down 26-14. And Stevenson half-court man-to-man as well. We've got a foul, and this is a hold down low on Wesley away from the play. That's his first. Team with 5, Spartans with 2 at this point. And Kelly baseline slaps it. They all run their routes. He'll toss it in. Giuliani's got it. Handing off to Myers, left wing. And now around to Stoll on the right, matched up on Ayers. Step back, fadeaway, left elbow, off the glass. Missed it, but Dobernecki's got it. Riley back on the floor. He'll send out to Kelly to reset. 8 minutes to go in the half. And here's Giuliani up top, launching a three. Back rimmed it. Rebound, Dobernecki. The putback high off the glass and in. And Matt Hunter wants time, and he'll get it. 7:49 to go in the half. He'll spend a 30. We'll join him. 26-16 the score. And back in 30. At Donegal, we understand there are many costs associated with running a business. That's why Donegal works with you to provide quality insurance products based on your business needs, and why we deliver that insurance at a price to fit your budget. Call your local independent Donegal agent today and discover why, when it comes to insurance for your business, Donegal is a better value. Contact Kochman Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman Kunkel Insurance.
We're screaming green. How about you? The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Spartans press off the inbound as KJ Holton handles it up the floor, and a pass right wing. Stoll was there. He tips it out toward the band, denying Ronald Ayers on the perimeter for Stevenson. 26-16, Mustangs lead it. They are third in the league in scoring offense, fifth in D. Spartans fifth in offense, second in D. And from the sideline, Ayers triggers it in. Here is Khalil Richard, jab stepping, backing away. Underhands to Ayers, right sideline, behind the back dribble on Stoll. Dribbles foul line. Giuliani jumped him and knocked it loose. Stoll scoops the steal. And down the floor, layup. Missed. And it's an offensive foul. Matt didn't think so. And he's working the official that made the call a little bit. A charge called on Stoll. I wonder if Matt's main argument is it being the no charge area. But so ends that opportunity. And here's Stevenson with it. Holton driving, kick left to Ayers, and Stoll hounding him one-on-one, and he picks up his second in a row, and then in frustration took a swipe at the ball. Ayers didn't retaliate, but Trav will get a lecturing from his elder, the official. Kelly also telling him, let it go. And Stoll will sit. Raychik back. Spartans still down 10. Stevenson with it. Here's Wesley. High post, squares, shoots, rimmed it over Dobernacki. Rebound to Mark Raychik. Under 7 to go in the half as Kelly brings him up on offense. Speeds it in left side and slammed the brakes and fired it back. Now Raychik will bounce it into Giuliani, posting low right. Double came over. Tried to find Kelly left corner, and Holton in the way picks it off. Holton down the floor and dribble deep and tosses back out. Here's Richard with it. Richard working on Myers, dribbling in, knocked loose, and then Richard trying to recover, knocks it out of bounds. Over the baseline, turnover back to York. Dobernacki is out, Mascari is in. Spartans are really struggling offensively and trailing 26-16 with 6:20 left in the half. D is not so much the problem. Here's Kelly right wing trying to make a move to the baseline. Holton was ready. Now a skip out front. Raychik a three. That's off to the left. And the rebound run down by Khalil Richard, who brings it front court and left it to the trailing Holton. Steps into a three and airballed that right to the end line and out of bounds to York. Stevenson not really setting the world on fire offensively either. But the York defense has been the strength of the team here in the new year. Spartans with it. Here's Myers wide right to Raychik up top. High-low down to Giuliani, and Wesley fronting picks it off. Now Holton trying to thread one down to Wesley running the floor. Got it to him, and he lays it in. Fit it to him on a hop. Little juggle, but recovers a step ahead of Giuliani, and Wesley lays it in. Here's Kelly dribbling deep and dribbled off his knee and lost it out of bounds. And Matt Hunter will call time. 28-16 Stevenson. 5:23 to go in the half. And this one is a full timeout. And we shall take it with him on the Spartan Sports Network.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Joe Burrow is inheriting the cheapest owner. They don't have a GM, and Zach Taylor could be good, no idea. You don't think that's going to matter? In a brutally good division with two of the best ownership groups in the NFL, Baltimore and the Rooney family. Again, we know this to be true. Where you land matters.
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at noon on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
Money and business are essential to the strength of a community. So is cheering and celebration and music and fun. That's why York Revolution games, concerts, youth sports, special events, and more happen at a place called People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving the community for more than 155 years, always cheering, always celebrating, always committed to the things that make our communities great, and to you having a great time at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
It's been an ugly first half for the Spartans offensively, trailing 28-16. They are 6 for 15 shooting, 0 for 8 from 3. Stevenson has attempted 8 more shots, made 7 more, and one of the big reasons for that, York with 11 turnovers. Stevenson just 5. Spartans have really cleaned that up the last couple of games, and Kelly pressuring the inbound, knocking it away from KJ Holton, who wanted to hold, but be a out of bounds. Stevenson to enter again. Johnny Kenevan enters for York. Stevenson with Drew Miller, senior guard in. He's the inbounder, and Khalil Richard will march it up. 5:15 left in the half. Richard at the controls as Kenevan picks him up, and Richard wants to isolate against him. Crosses over, drives into the help, and it's an offensive foul. And Sean Kelly slid over in front of him and was ready. Now the Spartans will have it back. York is out rebounding Stevenson 12-10. Now they look at the spot where Kelly landed, checking for the moisture. And they deem it playable. Owings Mills Gymnasium designed similarly to the Grumbacher Center. Might have been modeled after the Grum. And the Spartans with it. Kelly drives, kicks to Kenevan, right corner, 3, no good. And Giuliani hauls it in, puts it back up, and a foul on the play. Dave strong-arming the rebound in. A fadeaway putback is good. And got fouled on at 28-18. Giuliani with 6 on the night now. And Bo Wesley is called for his second. He will sit. Nate Arrington replacing him. And Giuliani with the free throw. It is off back rim. He was 5 for 5 Saturday, 83% at the line the last 5 games. A rare miss for him here of late. Spartans down 10, and a pass left side for Holton. Almost ran in and wasn't there, but reached back, saved it for Ayers. Now Holton's got it, left corner. He drives, he floats it, missed, and Mascari up strong. He reels it in. Outlet to Kenevan up the right side. A bounce back to Kelly. And Kelly at point, strolls it across. Mascari, a high screen. Kelly matched up with Ayers, driving kick to Kenevan right side. Back out front, Mascari a 3, rim glass, rebound to Arrington. Still down 10, 4 minutes left in the half. Stevenson up, a quick 3, Ayers, it's good. He shot a knuckleball from the right wing. The ball didn't even rotate, but it's good. A quick 3 in transition, and it's 31-18. Now the Spartans, Mascari pops free! Down the lane, layup, and 1. Kelly from the right wing fitted into him. Mascari had already started his cut at a head of speed down the lane. All they could do was foul him as he sunk it. 31-20. And a chance at a 3-point play. Spartans just 4 for 9 from the line tonight. That's another area where this first half has not been so hot. Faller in for Kelly. Coach will send Rymel to the table. He's coming in for Raychik. And Mascari looking to convert. Free throw up. That's off back rim. And the Spartans now 4 for 10 from the line. Mascari, before that miss, he had been 17 for 19 to begin his career, having hit 2 earlier tonight. Here is Richard with a catch and shoot 3 left wing. It's good. His team leading 21st. And the Mustangs open a 14-point lead, 34-20. 3:20 left in the half. Spartans with it. Here's Giuliani at the foul line. Hands off to Mascari. Drives and up off the glass and good. Had a matchup on the guard, Drew Miller, that he liked. Went down the left edge of the lane and scores it. Timeout York. Matt Hunter spending his third of the half. Takes a 30. And with 3:10 to go in the half, trying to close the gap. 34-22. I can remember maybe one other time this year where Matt has been this aggressive with timeouts in the first half, and he's trying to make a move before halftime and not let this game get totally away. Spartans will press man-to-man on the inbound. Ayers bouncing it in for Richard. Kenevan will give him some space. Backpedaling up the floor and now into the hands of Holton. And back to Richard, cutting out between the circles. Steps into a 3 off a screen, and it's good. Kenevan trying to go under the screen. The net was stuck, and Richard unsticks it. Back-to-back threes, 37-22. Stevenson with 2:40 left in the half. Here's Faller off a ball screen, dribbles deep, fires across. Giuliani left wing. Now Mascari down to Dave. One-on-one in the post. He floats it up and in. Soft touch on that little right hand in between hook again. He's got 8. 37-24 with 2:20 left in the half. Mustangs on offense. Holton working on Kenevan, leans into him, put it up, falling down, no whistle, shot missed. Mascari runs it down. 3-on-1 if they hurry. Jackson all the way, left hand layup and one. As he crashes to the floor in front of the cameraman. And Mascari another and one finish. And he's got 8 here in the first half. 37-26. As again, the Spartans trying to trim the gap. Kenevan out, Myers in, Stevenson will counter. Sapienza and Jones subbing back in. And Mascari will have another one at the line once everybody is done subbing. Merlin Devine back for the Mustangs as well. And here's Mascari's free throw, and this one is good. Hallelujah. Spartans had, I don't know how many in a row they had missed, but it was a lot. 37-27. Pressing, and now into the 2-3 zone they play. And Stevenson seeing that, Jones pointing it out. Here's Devine left corner, dumps it down to Arrington in the post. Working on Giuliani, bangs, leans, missed the rim. Rebound Mascari on the air ball. And the Spartans into the front court. Faller a look back at coach. 1:30 left in the half. Faller at the handle. And he'll whip it left corner. Myers catch and shoot. 3, it's good! Oh, it's a 2. Myers foot on the line. But York cuts the deficit to 8 with 1:15 left in the half. They've got 3 3-point lines here on this floor. It's a lot to look at. Here's Ayers to answer, and the lefty hits again. Ronald Ayers, another 3. And the freshman guard pushes Stevenson's lead back up to 11. Final minute of the half. Here's Giuliani down in the right block. He turned in, put it up short with the help coming over. Then rebounding his own miss. There's a foul on Stevenson. It might have been on the initial attempt. It was Ethan Jones. So either way, York in the double bonus, and Dave will shoot 2. He's got 8 in this half. First rattles out. Rage again, Rymel out. Spartans now an unseemly 5 for 12 from the free throw line. And they're the top shooting team in the conference. Second is good. 40-30 with 40 seconds left. Myers trying to get up on Ethan Jones at midcourt. Spartans do have fouls to give. Here's Ayers taking it now. Sets up Sapienza. 3 out front. That barely clipped iron. And Mascari collects it underneath. And Matt says, hold for 1. And then he calls out the set. 20 seconds left. Shot clock off. Spartans trying to get it to single digits at the half. Fowler handles and dribbles in off a Mascari pick. It was a good one. And Fowler crashes into Jones, and it's an offensive foul. Boy, Mascari cleared. And Fowler trying to get deep to set up the kick out. A turnover, 9 seconds left. Here comes Jones on the trot. And back to Ayers, a contested 3 out front. He clanged that one, and that's how the half ends, with the team scrapping for the rebound as the horn goes off. Well, the Spartans certainly not out of it tonight. They were down more than this. It's a 10-point game at the half, 40-30. The halftime score. Stevenson up by 10. And we'll take a break. Halftime from Owings Mills coming up here on the Spartan Sports Network. Based right here in York, Gladfelder Insurance Group is one of the largest program managers and insurance brokers in the United States, with more than 500 associates serving 30,000 clients. From the Gladfelder Agency, an all-lines full-service agency in York, to specialty programs insurance serving the needs of commercial clients, including emergency responders, healthcare facilities, schools, towns, churches, and more, Gladfelder has been earning the trust of its clients for 70 years. Gladfelder Insurance Group, a tradition of service founded on trust. Gladfelder Insurance Group is a proud supporter of York College of Pennsylvania and Spartan Athletics on WOYK.
Hi, I'm Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Rebound tip, and Embiid gets it back at Johnson.
York's home for Sixers basketball.
Lobs to Embiid, and a right-hand jam with Flair and a flurry. Sergio to Joel Embiid. Go, go, Jojo. Rodriguez back to Joe. Embiid for the 3. Got it. He nailed a triple. Joel Embiid from outside the arc.
Catch Sixers basketball all season on Sports Radio. 1350 WOYK, first in York, first in sports.
New FM signal, new website. Get features, live broadcasts, and on-demand game broadcasts and shows online at 989WOYK.com.
There's no running from it. Tax season will be here before you know it. The professionals at Frank Storm & Company can help alleviate the headache. Voted one of the best for all 21 years by the York Dispatch readers for both your personal and business tax needs, Frank Storm & Company makes the process easy. Payrolls, sales tax, preparation of financial statements, in addition to your personal tax service. Call today to set up your appointment at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Frank Storm & Company, committed to personalized quality service.
This is Steve Navaroli. Join Ray Jensen and me Saturday mornings at 9 for Central PA Game Day on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. Each week, we'll break down the latest from the York Adams League, going in-depth on the biggest games, complete with interviews, guests, and perhaps a surprise or two. Central PA Game Day, Saturday mornings at 9, right here on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOIK.
We're screaming green. How about you? The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOIK, York.
Everything you've worked for may be facing a hostile takeover, but step outside the boardroom and look around. Not taking care of business right now could leave you dealing with a hostile takeover by crabgrass later this summer. And broadleaf weeds are just beneath the surface, ready to take their share of your turf too. Prevent hostile takeovers. Call Heritage Lawn and Landscape Care and give your lawn a good, healthy start this year. Heritage Lawn can apply crabgrass pre-emergent and quality fertilizer now to fortify your lawn for later. HeritageLawnandLandscape.com. World-class care right in your backyard. It's going to be another epic year of high school hoops. And Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOIK are ready for tip-off. Tune in every week for the high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Plus, go to 989WOIK.com for a full breakdown of the teams and the players of the York Adams League. The high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch all the action all season on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350, online at 989WOIK.com, or download the new WOIK app.
You're on York's home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOIK. First in York, first in sports.
Spartans trail 40-30 here at halftime, and it could have been worse. It was a 15-point game with just under 3 minutes to go. They get it to 10 at the break, got it to within 8 or 9, I believe it was, settle for the 10-point difference here at halftime, and certainly not out of it here tonight. You heard the high school promo. Take a look at what's coming up for us on WOIK. Next local basketball broadcast will be Friday night. Andy and I will be on roughly 7:15 from Glen Rock as West York, the Division II champs, visit Susquehannock, a team that beat them at home earlier this year. And that should be a good one. Jalen Franklin, one of the league's top scorers for Susquehannock. Saturday, the Spartans back at home hosting Widener. Women at 1, men at 3. And we'll have that for you as well. And tonight when we're finished, we've got some NCAA D1 hoops in progress on Westwood 1 with Wisconsin at Illinois. That is tonight after we're done, some Big Ten action. But much to do here still with the second half coming up. And a look at the halftime stats. Spartans in that first half shot 52%. That would be great if they could get more than 23 shots. They turned the ball over 12 times. And Stevenson with 6 turnovers by comparison. They outscored York in points off turnovers 15-4. Spartans were 0 for 9 from 3. They had 18 points in the paint, which is the same as what Stevenson had, 18-18 in points in the paint. Mustangs did outscore York in fast break points, 11-2. Spartans, the way they are currently built, probably are not going to try to speed up the game a whole lot, going to try to grind it into a defensive game and methodical on offense and go into the post. And probably not going to be a team that gets a lot of fast break points the rest of this year. Stevenson outscoring them in that department 11-2, whatever. But York hurt itself from the free throw line, 6 for 13. And then on the other side, Stevenson shot 53%, 5 for 11 from 3. There's your difference. They were 1 for 2 from the line. Spartans did win the battle of the boards in the first half against the league's top rebounding margin team, 17-13. And they only yielded 2 offensive rebounds to a Stevenson team that averages 12.5 per game on the offensive glass, tops in the Commonwealth. So good job there. And that in part helping to at least keep them in it. Spartans had a 7-0 run late in the half, which trimmed the gap. Early on, after Stevenson made a free throw to go up 1-0, there were 8 lead changes in the opening few minutes. But then Stevenson landing the first punch, which the Spartans on this losing streak have had that happen a lot. You know, the opponent will land the first punch, if you will, and go up, you know, whatever, pick your margin in the first half, 5 or 7 or maybe 10 some nights, and then York is in this kind of uphill battle the rest of the night. Answer, the opponent responds, pulls back away, York answers. This losing streak, it's been just a constant uphill battle. And then these last 2 games, of course, coming down to the final minute, and that has been a punch in the gut, the last 2 games. But here in the first half tonight, Stevenson leading for 17 and a half minutes. Spartans had the lead for 2 minutes and change, but again, that there's that uphill battle playing from behind all the time. And individually, and that is an exhausting way to play, by the way, individually, Stevenson led by Ronald Ayers and Khalil Richard with 8 apiece. Ayers a freshman, Richard a senior. That backcourt duo, each 2 for 3 from beyond the arc, Richard adding 3 assists. KJ Holton with 2 points and leading the team with 4 assists. Nate Arrington, 4 points, leading rebounder with 4 rebounds. Spartans led by David Giuliani and Jackson Mascari, each with 9 points. Giuliani, 2 boards to go with it. Mascari, 6 rebounds, continuing to really show his talents on the glass. He is a skilled but rugged and tough freshman who's not afraid to get in there and mix it up. And 3 for 4 from the field and from the line in that first half. Also picked up an assist. And Chris Myers with 4 points. Dobernecki, Kelly, Stoll, and Fowler all chipping in 2 apiece. But a difficult offensive half for the Spartans. And not from the field goal percentage standpoint, but certainly from beyond the arc, from the free throw line, and from the turnover standpoint. In fact, that 0 for 9 from 3, if you extrapolate what they did from 2, they were 12 for 14 from inside the arc. Now, that percentage is really good. But the overall score here at halftime, Stevenson 40, York 30. Got to give a shout out to Dean Gamber, who's here tonight. He works at Stevenson. That's his full-time job, and he was here at the games tonight. Had a chance to catch up with him, longtime Spartan assistant coach. Saw Jeff Gamber watching the Northeastern Red Line game that we had on radio last night, and had a chance to catch up with Dean tonight. He was chatting with both Betsy before her game, Matt Hunter before the men's game tonight. And of course, here at Stevenson, their athletic director, Brett Adams, a former Spartan player for Jeff Gamber back in the day, and he was their former head coach here at Stevenson. I know Betsy spent some time talking with him after the women's game, but good to be back in the same conference. It would be better if the Spartans can find a way to get the win here tonight. The women did win earlier, 60-53. And if you weren't with us, got out to a big first half lead. Stevenson twice in the second half got to within a point, but Spartans finished the job to go to 16-4, 10-2 in conference play. And tonight led by Alana Bortner with 18 and Kayla Ferris. Ho-hum, another double-double, 10 points and 13 rebounds. That was earlier. A 60-53 win for the ladies. The men trailing here at halftime 40-30. And we'll get the second half started for you coming up here on the Spartan Sports Network.
York College of Pennsylvania is where your life's work begins. It starts with a passion you'll find, the connections you'll make, the career you'll pursue, and it begins from day one. Because your life's work is more than work. It's the lives you'll touch. It's the difference you'll make. Better connections, a smarter plan, a life that works. From day one. York College of Pennsylvania, ycp.edu.
Today, it seems everybody is offering a discount on car insurance, but at what price? Reduced protection, impersonal service. At State Farm, you can earn discounts and still get full service and dependable protection from the world's largest car insurer. See me, Trish Hauser, 1865 Susquehanna Trail North, York, for the State Farm multiple line discount. With State Farm, you get an agent you can depend on and an insurance company you can trust. For the details on State Farm's multiple line discount, see me, Trish Hauser.
It's almost time. The York Revolution roster is being built for the upcoming season. And right here is where you get the news first. Join Daryl Henry and Revs manager Mark Mason for Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy. The latest player signings, plus interviews live on the show each week. Coming up this week, the York Revolution are signing. That wouldn't be fun. You gotta tune in to find out. Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy.
Monday, February 7th at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. Catch all the action of the 2022 Winter Games. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK for updates all day, presented by Flying Feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dan Patrick Show.
I don't understand this. That you love somebody so much that you are going to send out death threats to a woman who was sitting next to Beyonce and Jay-Z and was actually finding out what they wanted to drink.
Wait, what is this topic?
Beyonce's fans, I don't know why they had a problem with this. Is that the owner, another owner's wife?
It's the main owner's wife. Offered to get a vodka soda and asked if Jay-Z wanted a lime.
Whoa.
But she reached over Beyonce, and Beyonce just randomly looked, this please, but it's
Could you imagine if somebody went to jail for a death threat because this woman said, do you want a lime?
Yeah, but we all know what that's code for.
Oh, come on, Dan, get with it.
The Dan Patrick Show. Mornings at 9 on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
Your home for York's home team. The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 1350 WOYK, York.
Well, I spent my halftime eating my Subway cookies from earlier today. Went oatmeal raisin and chocolate chip today, and I think our post-game meal from the local cafe here at Owings Mills might have a cookie included, so could be a 3-cookie day. That's okay, though. I work out. Spartans trying to work out a come-from-behind effort. 40-30 Stevenson is second half is just upon us. Again, it's a similar setup to the Grumbacher Center. You walk in up top, descend about the same number of rows down to the playing floor, press area at the top. But they've got the forest green color scheme. The ceiling is black. Spartans start the second half with it to our left. Down 10. Starters are in. Here's Myers with it out front to Dobranecki, left side for Stoll. And Giuliani coming to the high post, high-low play, batted away by Cameron Smith. Dave recovers. Kelly with it now, 8 to shoot. Sean drives, tries to pivot in, turns, fade away, front rimmed it. Rebound knocked outside. Now that ball hit the rim, and the shot clock didn't reset. The horn went off, and now they whistle the play dead, and they'll figure this out. We'll stay with York. Spartans were about to secure that rebound, or had. And Myers from the far sideline into Kelly. Out of Myers on a run out to the right wing to Dobranecki, top of the arc, dribble handoff Kelly. And a bounce down to Riley posting, spun into the help. Smith got him tied up. Jump ball, arrow to Stevenson. Why is it that Every time a Spartan makes a post move, the help is right there. That's another uncanny thing here of late. Riley thought the middle was where he'd have a chance to spin, and he went right into it. Here's Holton, pull-up fade, mid-range right, barely clipped iron, stole the board for York. Still a 10-point game with a minute gone here in the second half. And the Spartans in their set. Stevenson man-to-man with help. Giuliani off to Dobernacki down the lane, but it flew out of his hand and hit the glass way too hard and missed a 2 there. Here's a 3 right corner. It's in and out as Smith misfired. That could have really turned the tide, but it's still a 10-point game. Now Myers unloads. 3 ball, no good, and it hops up over. The ball was not out of bounds. A foul is called on Giuliani, who evidently held Smith. And it's Stevenson possession. Dobernacki on the backside cut came wide open for a layup, but couldn't secure it. And that potential would be 2. Had that turned into a 5-point swing at the other end, could have really set the momentum in the wrong way. But we stay on the 40-30 stalemate. Here's Smith with it, right side to Ayers, Stoll overplayed. Ayers steps into the jumper and hits. He's been hot tonight and hits the mid-range 2, right side of the floor. It's 42-30. Stevenson has struck first here in the second half. Spartans with it. Myers right wing, and he tried to go down the Giuliani posting. There's an easy call. Dave ends up on his chest as the ball goes by, as he got knocked down by Smith. Cameron Smith with his 3rd tonight. And Kelly baseline, slaps it, and chucks it in out deep to Stoll. Back to Kelly right corner, down to Dobernacki. He was doubled, and he flips it off to Giuliani right underneath for the lay-in. And Dave in double figures with 11. 42-32. Little light pressure from the Spartans as Richard tries to turn in from the left. He feeds Bo Wesley, hop-stepping to the hoop. Giuliani and Dobernacki both there, and Dave rebounds it. One of them might have tipped it. I don't know if they'll get a blocked shot or not. Kelly dribbles in deep from the left side, ball stripped. And Richard grabs it for Stevenson, steps into a transition 3, and it caroms up over the backboard and down the other side, out of bounds to York. Somehow this is still a 10-point game with 17:11 to go. Jalen Jordan in for Stevenson as Smith sits. They do have some size on this team. Jordan's 6'6" wing coming in off the bench. Here's Dobernacki posting on Wesley. Good position, and he turns and banks it in. Using his size to get wide and post in front of him. 42-34, it's an 8-point game. Mustangs with it. Here's Holton. Right wing, feed into the corner. Ayers driving, slipped and went down. Made the pass, though. And around top now, it's Jordan for 3. Back rimmed it. Rebound Dobernacki. And York with another stop. Racking up some stops. Dobernacki fires one down the Dave. Sealed off Jordan. Easy lay-in. Dobernacki side-armed it with some speed. On one hop into his forward mate. And Dave upend scores it. It's a 6-point game. Almost 4 minutes gone here in the second half. Here's Ayers, right side drive, and up with the left hand. He got caught in between and missed. A rebound, though, to Bo Wesley, who floats it back in, and a timeout, Stevenson. Spartans haven't given up many offensive boards tonight, but the league's top offensive rebounding team this time turns it into a deuce. 44-36 Stevenson. 15:57 to go. Mustangs take this time out, and we'll join them here on the Spartan Sports Network. There's no running from it. Tax season will be here before you know it. The professionals at Frank Storm & Company can help alleviate the headache. Voted one of the best for all 21 years by the York Dispatch readers for both your personal and business tax needs, Frank Storm & Company makes the process easy. Payrolls, sales tax, preparation of financial statements, in addition to your personal tax service. Call today to set up your appointment at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Frank Storm & Company, committed to personalized quality service.
We're screaming green. How about you? The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
(44-36) Stevenson. 15:57 to go. Bo Wesley, who's individually third in the conference in offensive rebounding per game, got a putback there. But York within single digits with 3 minutes to go in the first half. They were down 15. And Spartans with it. Stevenson coach Gary Stewart, he's in his 11th year already since taking over for Brett Adams, who had been the only coach in their program history previously. Stewart calling his first time out tonight, and Holton jabbing at Kelly near the table, knocks it out. Spartans will inbound from the sideline. And Stoll back into the backcourt for Kelly. He'll bring it back over a second time. Protecting it. And going to Dobernacki, high-low down to Dave. Catches in a double team and puts it up and scores again. Giuliani with 15 now tonight, right on his average. And York within 6 once more, 44-38. Myers on an island against Richard, one-on-one. Richard drives in the help defense. Comes with a foul. It's going to be Myers whistled. Richards drive in from the right corner. Made a nice little hesitation fake. Myers didn't bite too much. The Mustang bench was all fired up, but Myers didn't give much ground as Richards' first is good. Richard is senior from Baltimore. And in that game last week where they gave up 110 at Hood, he did have a career-high 28, and then 17 the game after. Had a big week. He's their leading scorer, 14 per game. Second one up, that's good. And that gives him 10 in tonight's game. 46-38. Stevenson leads, 15:20 to play. Richard comes out for now. They do play a lot of guys. Here's Kelly, skip pass to Myers, right corner. And back out front, Kelly into Giuliani, whips it out, Dobernacki, extra pass, Myers, 3 is in and out from the right side. Now a pass ahead, it's Ayers who runs it down into the front court. And back to Ethan Jones as the Mustangs set up. Had about enough of those. Here's Jones, right side of the arc. And a bounce down to the post. Arrington steps out, squares, shoots. He missed. It's batted up off the glass, and Dobernacki corrals it. And Kelly will start it the other way for York. Spartans to our left. Kelly throwing it to Myers, left corner. And up the wing, it's Dobernacki. Cross-court Stoll, reaches for the catch, now dribbles in, whips it to Myers, cutting in baseline. And he found himself sandwiched and the ball knocked out, and Myers clutching at the back of his right shoulder as he was in between Ethan Jones and Merlin Devine. And Myers got stung there, and he's going to come out and sit. No foul. Why would there be? And Nate Cook will tend to him. Kelly will inbound baseline. And he's got Rymel, left wing on the catch to Mascari up top. Right side, Rajczyk down to Dave. A power dribble, puts it up over the double team, and it sticks against the rim and the backboard. And that'll be a jump ball. It does stay with York. Myers walking down beyond the bench, flexing out that right shoulder. And he'll sit down. And looks like he's part of the rotation and will come in at some point as a pass right wing is busted up. Devine knocks it out, denying Rajczyk. The Spartans a right sideline inbound here as Rajczyk will do it. And looking all the way in deep, he overthrows Giuliani, who runs it down and saves it into Kelly. Kelly's man fell. Sean trying to go up and under. The help was ready. He's got Dave for three. Good, left corner. And one of the Mustangs hurt, Ethan Jones, who fell down when Kelly made that move in. Might have rolled an ankle or something. He motions their AT staff to stay at the bench, and he's going to try to stay in the game. But he was out of that play. The help was ready, so Kelly couldn't go up, but he found the open man, and Giuliani, a left corner three. His fourth three of the year. He's got 18 tonight, and it's a 5-point game. Under 14 minutes to go. Spartans are making their presence known. They got a scratch and claw for everything, but they're right in it. Here's Richard back in, fake, steps in, shoots, hits a 12-footer, left side. Stevenson brings Richard in right there and extends their lead back to 7. Here's Rajczyk, shot fake, left side, moving in, and they'll whip it back around. Kelly into Giuliani, down in the right block now, up to the left hand and scores. He can do it with both. And Giuliani with 20 tonight. His career high is 24, by the way, earlier this year. 48-43 the score. Now Richard sidestep three, and he bricked it. Rebound, though, is into the hands of Jordan, crashing in and lays it back home. Spartans missed the box out, and there's that Stevenson offensive glass, 50-43. Here's Dave, fakes, blocked from behind by Arrington, and this time denied. Here's Jones behind the back, dribble up the floor to Richard, out to Devine, a three right wing. It's good. Merlin Devine, a 19% shooter from the floor. His third three of the year, 53-43. Rajczyk to answer short, coming out of the right corner. And Khalil Richard the board, and he wants to slow the pace for Stevenson. A 10-point game. 5-0 run for the Stangs, and a give-and-go try. Pass off the foot of Kelly. He did not let that pass get into Richard down the lane. Spartans will sub Fowler, Kent, and Stoll into the game. And they'll join Mascari and Rymel. Mustangs with KJ Holton back. And they will have a baseline play. Oh, no, they won't. Oh, yes, they will. We had one official. I don't know if Devine was coming over thinking he was inbounding sideline. Yeah, there was some confusion. Officials get together. It is underneath, and they work it in. Now here's Richard with it. Left side now, calling for a screen. Dribbles baseline, bounced it to Wesley, his screen setter, and Bo Wesley traveled with it. Receiving it around the left elbow. A little too much footwork. York ball with 12 minutes to go. Down by 10 is Mascari this time is the one to bring it across. Protecting it from Jordan. And still with the dribble. Oh no, he bounced it left wing for Fowler, who had started to cut inside. It's stolen, and a pass underneath in transition. Stoll takes it back. all the way down the floor. Layup is good. Spartans dodge a bullet. They turn the Mustangs over at the other end, and Stoll goes the length. 53-45 with 11:25 left. Now Rymel pressuring Richard out top. Hangs on to it, goes to Wesley, the big man coming out, and off to a cutting Devine. Knifing in behind Rymel, lays it in. 55-45 the score. 10-point game, down to 11 minutes left. Spartans on offense, Fowler to Mascari by the right corner, took a shove. Around to Stoll, left wing, to Fowler up top. Now to Mascari, driving on Jordan, and rejected. Out of bounds by Bo Wesley, who was waiting down underneath. He swats it out toward the stairs. Wesley, the conference's second leading shot blocker, coming in with 23. About 1.5 per game. Stays with York. Cameron Sapienza in off the Stevenson bench. Spartans work it in. Here's Rymel, a three. Right over Sapienza, who was up in his chest. And Rymel nails it from deep on the left wing. It's a 7-point game. As the Spartans continue to hang around. 10.5 to go. Rymel's first points tonight, and York's getting the ball back. Wesley trying to hit a cutting Holton down the lane, overshot him. He was covered. And York ball down 55-48. Holton will pick up Fowler in the full court, and Fowler dashes it across. Matt Hunter calling the play from the sideline. Fowler, a high screen from Rymel. Going into the left corner, Mascari, skip across Stoll, drives from the right wing, hangs in the lane, it's up and in, and they count it, foul on the play. 55-50. As Stoll goes slanting across the lane, took the contact, great body control to finish it. And he'll have a free throw, as the Spartans will try to get as close as they've been since the opening minutes. Bo Wesley couldn't block that one. That's his third foul tonight. He'll sit for now. And Stoll's freebie is good. Trav with a three-point play. He's got 7 tonight. And 5 here in the last maybe minute. 55-51, middle of the second half now. Here's a three, Cameron Smith open. Rim, glass, rebound, Mascari. Spartans up the floor with it, on the move. Mascari off to Rymel, fires away. 3, no good from the right wing. Rebound to Devine, he wants to push. Stretch pass ahead, Smith in from the left flank, and he's fouled going in. On the headman pass, Rymel back to prevent the fast break score, but Cameron Smith, good free throw shooter, and he'll take a pair. Stevenson as a team. Here's Smith's first, and it's rattling in. They are second in team free throw percentage in the conference, behind only York. 69% as a team, York 72.5%. As Smith is asked to tuck in his jersey. Freshman from nearby Towson. And one more up, and that's off the mark. Dobernacki holds off Arrington to grab the board. It's a 5-point game with 9.5 left. 56-51, Fowler harassed, and Holton reached in. Picks up the foul out near midcourt, just across midcourt. Stevenson back in 14 and 15. They went to back-to-back conference title games. They lost to Alvernia both times by 1 point and by 7. Back-to-back 21-win seasons. Spartans inbound it from the sideline. Fowler getting him lined up out front. Dobranecki coming out top. Whips it left side. Stoll wide open. 3. No good. Rebound off to Smith. And Holton brings it up for Stevenson. Mustangs since then, 11-15, 4-21, 11-14 as Holton attacks and draws a foul. Shot hit the side of the backboard as he went down. And Dobranecki is called. Then a winning season 3 years ago, 14-13. Then the last full season, 6-19. Last year, a 5-6 mark. And Holton's first attempt up and good. 57-51 Stevenson. They've only had one winning season since those back-to-back title game appearances, and that was one game over 500. And that's where they were entering play tonight at 9-8. Holton with one more up, and that's good. 58-51 Stevenson, 9 minutes to go. They were picked preseason 7th in the Commonwealth, but those things are worthless. The only thing they're good for is motivating a team picked low. Here's Giuliani down low, catches strong and puts it up and in before the help could bother him. Fowler the assist coming in from the left wing. Dave with 22. One more bucket would tie his career high. 58-53 the score. Spartans go zone. And the Mustangs trying to figure it out. Here's Devine right side. Back out front, Holton, 6 to shoot. Bounces it in deep. What a great pass, and Arrington lays it in. He threw it on one hop from way out beyond the arc. On the money. 60-53 Stevenson. Down to 8 minutes left. Here's Kelly to Dobranecki, wraparound high-low entry down to Dave, and the shot rolled off the front of the rim and down off. Mustangs into the front court, and Fowler kicks a pass along the right perimeter. Never made it to Devine. They'll have a sideline inbound. Spartans stay in the 2-3 zone. Here's Wesley, high post catch, out to Holton, right wing, darts to the baseline. Left hand he went to and couldn't finish with Rymel up denying. Dobranecki the board, here's Kelly ahead. Fowler left wing, down to Giuliani. Wesley reaching, tapped it, but Dave pulls it in. Oh, what a great pass, he fits it in between two Mustang bodies to Dobranecki, crashing to the hoop. Riley lays it home. 5-point game, 7:15 to play. 60-55, Spartans stay in the zone. Here's Devine with it left wing, and they'll center it to Holton. Now right side, Sapienza takes a dribble, shoots, and hits. Sidestepping Giuliani, he hits from mid-range. 62-55 Stevenson. Now under 7 minutes to play. Spartans with it, Fowler down to Dave, ball off his hand, he goes to the floor and has it, seated, and it's taken away by Wesley before Dave could find somebody. Ahead, Sapienza, he is held on to as Rymel puts a stop to the transition try, and will send him to the line for 2 free throws. That last play, obviously, Fowler at point, he's got to be mindful of where the defenders are around Dave, and he put it to where he had to reach with his right hand. Dave might be saying he was held. He's still talking to one of the officials, and Sapienza's first free throw rattles off. But this time, it went off Giuliani's hand, and then he had to go to the floor to try to recover it before he could find anybody, or before they could call timeout should they have wanted to. The ball was ripped loose. Sapienza, one more, and he drains this one, splits him. 63-55 Stevenson as we approach 6.5 to go. Kelly angles to the right to set up. And going to Mascari coming out top, trying to go into Dobranacki. It's batted up, and Khalil Richard steals it away. Turnover on York. And here's a pick and roll down to Wesley. Power dribble in, lays it in. Splitting in between Dobranacki and Mascari. Pick and roll set up for Wesley, who's back in. He's got 10, and their lead is now 10. 6 minutes to go. Critical spot here, 65-55. Here's Stoll to the left baseline, striding underneath, but could not finish the reverse. Got into a tough angle. And Stevenson with it. Richard brings it up, walks it toward the bench. Now tried to turn in with speed, popped it back to Wesley, mid-range jumper, it's good. To the right of the elbow, Wesley starting to feel it again. 67-55, and the Spartans will call timeout. 5:25 to go, Stevenson opening their lead back up to 12. 67-55 the score. Timeout here on the Spartan Sports Network.
People's Bank is happy to sponsor the home of the York Revolution, People's Bank Park. People's Bank has been serving the community for more than 155 years, committed to helping their clients achieve their dreams and live confidently. That commitment continues at People's Bank Park, with Revs games, concerts, events, youth sports, and much more. We're proud to partner with the York Revolution, and we look forward to seeing you at People's Bank Park. People's Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
When you work with an independent insurance agent, you put the power of choice to work for you. Independent agents know several companies and their coverages, which means more options. And because companies like Donegal Insurance Group use the independent agent system, you not only get quality insurance, you also save money. The independent insurance agent system. Discover the power of choice. Contact Kochman Kunkel Insurance at 717-854-0300 or stop in at 3217 East Market Street, York. Locally owned and operated by Pam and Rudy Kochman. Kochman Kunkel Insurance.
Your home for the Spartans. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Well, see if the Spartans can have one last push in them tonight. Another battle. Stevenson extending the lead to 12 with 5:25 to play, 67-55. Mascari in front of the York bench, inbounding it. York 2 timeouts left. Mascari out to Rymel right side. Shot fake, had to pick it up. Goes to Mascari, top of the arc. They leave him open. Shoots and hits a 3. And Mascari, the 6th of his career, bullseye from straight away. Could be a start, 67-58. 5 minutes to go. He's 1 away from matching a career best. Here's Richard off a right wing screen. Wesley, pull up, right elbow, knocks it down. Timeout Stevenson. Richard with 14. Mustangs spend a 30 with 4:49 left. 69-58, they lead it. Timeout on the Spartan Sports Network. Based right here in York, Gladfelder Insurance Group is one of the largest program managers and insurance brokers in the United States, with more than 500 associates serving 30,000 clients. From the Gladfelder Agency, an all-lines full-service agency in York, to specialty programs insurance serving the needs of commercial clients, including emergency responders, healthcare facilities, schools, towns, churches, and more, Gladfelder has been earning the trust of its clients for 70 years. Gladfelder Insurance Group, a tradition of service founded on trust. Gladfelder Insurance Group is a proud supporter of York College of Pennsylvania and Spartan Athletics on WOYK.
Your home for York's home team. The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
4:49 to go. Spartans down 69-58. Getting down toward the crunch time as Kelly brings it up. Spartans to our left. Here's Stoll with it. Mascari screens. Stoll across to Myers, right wing. And a skip out front. Trav with it. He'll drive it in to the left hand. It goes! And a foul on the play. Stoll had a crease. He darts to the hoop. Lays it in with the left hand. Another and one. Single digits again with 4:32 to go. Within 9. Trav with 9. And here's the free throw. It's good. All net for Stoll, who's in double figures. 69-61. Spartans press! And on the inbound, Merlin Devine inadvertently stepped over the end line. Spartans are getting it right back. As they had everything locked down. Devine, nobody to go to. He started to lunge in, couldn't stop himself. And now, before the inbound pass, what have we? The officials just not getting enough attention. Now they hand it to Kelly. And he'll look to bounce into Dave. He's got him. And he's got Myers on a back cut from the left. And he got off balance, couldn't flip it up. Couldn't get enough spin on it. And the Mustangs come away with it. Myers wanted to go reverse. And now an entry down low. Arrington spins away from Giuliani and lays it in. 4:10 to go. Down 10 again. 71-61. Spartans with it. Here's Myers moving in right baseline and trying to cram one into Giuliani in the lane. It's stolen away and a reach in up the sideline on Mascari. Reaching in left sideline. Spartans with their 6th as a team. And they will force free throws the rest of the way. Down to 3:56 left. Mustangs a short, almost handoff inbounds. Kelly trying to get up on Richard. Now it's Arrington, top of the arc. He walked with it. Started to leave his feet, his pivot foot. Thinking he was going to pass one way, trying to change course, and York will have it back with 3:46 to go. Down 10. And ahead goes Kelly at the handle. Going to Dave, coming out high right. Now it's Mascari with it. Slings it along to Kelly, dumps it into Dave. Power dribble in, he's fouled. Going up in a double team with Devine and Wesley having him pinned. But Dave will find himself at the line on Devine's first foul tonight. 3:32 to play. A chance to cut the deficit with the clock stopped. First one up, it's good. And Giuliani with 23 tonight, 14 this half. Ayers hasn't been in a while. They bring him in, the Mustangs do. Cameron Smith back now as well. Second, it's, off the front, off the left side of the rim. That would have matched Giuliani's career high of 24. Spartans still down 9. Stevenson setting up. 3:15 to go. Richard guns one to Smith. Left wing, spins inside, puts it up, bounces off. And Kelly knocks the rebound loose, busting it up to Mascari. Kelly trying to fire it down the floor for Giuliani. He was triple teamed in transition, and it's knocked away. Spartans will have it underneath. Rymel coming in for Raychik. Down 9 with 3:04 left. And Kelly baseline, he slaps it. And he's got Rymel cutting out left wing to catch. Now Giuliani at the top, handoff Mascari. Giuliani screens, Jackson drives on the left hand, scoop layup is good. New career high 14. And what Dave did was as good as an assist. 7-point game with 2:45 to go. 71-64. Stevenson ball, Smith guns one down to Devine. He's fouled, he lays it in. And Giuliani slams the ball against the back wall. 73-64. Rymel the one whistled. And Merlin Devine popped open in a window underneath. They hit him. Oh, that's a killer. Devine Sr. averaging 2. He's got 7 tonight. Back rims the free throw, and he bats it loose on the carom, and the Mustangs have it. Out to Richard near midcourt with 2.5 to go. Richard, left wing, will go to Wesley above the foul line. Off now to Smith. And using Wesley's screen, shoots. It bounces off, and Stoll skying for the rebound. Mistimed his leap. He was all alone and lost it out of bounds. You can tell, like, the Spartans are over-efforting with this struggle. That is not the first play tonight where they've tried to do too much, you know? Down to 2:10 left. And the Mustangs with Wesley at the right elbow. Out front, it's Smith with it. And Mascari pokes it loose on the drive. He stole it. A clean rip. And he's got Stoll left wing. Dribbling baseline. Ayers was ready. Deals it back to Kelly. Catch and shoot 3. Bottom of the net. Oh, they're going to call it a 2. Of course. His toe on the line. 1:51 to go. It's 73-66. Boy, I'll tell you, the shot's either in and out or somebody's foot is on the doggone line. 1:45 to go. Not done yet, and Stoll steals one from Ayers. A 1-on-2 break. He flips it up, going to the floor, and he's fouled by Cameron Smith. He turned his body to protect the ball, got the contact, and somehow the Spartans are not dead yet. The Spartans hedged on that screen, and Stoll jumped Ayers and took it away. Ayers, the freshman, now getting a teaching moment from his head coach. Here's Stoll's free throw, and it's good. It settles in, 73-67. Don't give up on him yet. Here's the second one, and it bounces in. And a timeout, Stevenson. Spartans are not done yet. 1:37 to go. 73-68. Full timeout here on the Spartan Sports Network.
Which is better? Getting the perfect set, the perfect approach, and powering through the ball with the perfect hit? Or reading the hitter, moving to the ball, and making the perfect dig? Flying Feet knows the answer. It all depends on which side of the net you're on. Flying Feet. Flying Feet Sports Shoes is Central PA's home court for volleyball, featuring the names that know the game: Mizuno, Asics, and Adidas. Flying Feet offers volleyball spandex and shorts and the best selection of knee pads around. Flying Feet is also your active ankle connection, the same active ankle braces chosen by coaches and players at the college level. And because volleyball isn't just for the gym, Flying Feet carries a great selection of indoor and outdoor balls for working it out on the beach or in the backyard. Flying Feet Sports Shoes, the sportswear specialty store without specialty store prices. Flying Feet. 1511 Mount Rose Avenue, just off exit 18 of I-83, next to Battery Warehouse.
We're screaming green. How about you? The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
1:37 left, and the Spartans still have a chance. 73-68. They keep clawing back time and again tonight. It's been the story of the last month. At some point, can they get over the hump? They will press, full court, everybody up on a man, inbound to Devine. Stoll picks him up. And Devine will handle it one-on-one. And Kelly at the trap at half court. Reach, popped it loose. He's called for a foul. And I don't think Matt Hunter is hollering at the official. I think he did not want Kelly to foul there. And it's a 1-and-1 for Devine. Came in 5 for 8 at the line in his 7 games played this year. Front end up, and it's good. Senior guard from La Plata, Maryland. Rymel is in for Raychik. 74-68. His second one, and that's good. 75-68. Devine with 9, all in the second half. He's gotten a lot of floor time. Came in averaging just 13 minutes in 7 games played. Spartans with it, Stoll, left side drive. Oh, how did that go? Right hand flip, hit almost the bottom of the rim and skipped up over and in. Stoll flying all over the place, going for steals. He's got 14, 12 this half. It's a 5-point game with a minute to go. 75-70, Richard, a ball screen, 3, front rim, long rebound, Giuliani got to it. 50 seconds to go, York down 5. And what a terrible shot early in their shot clock. Spartans will take it. Here's Mascari with it. Pivoting, he's got Stoll left wing, shoots, 3! Off the front of the rim, rebound, Cameron Smith. With 32 seconds to go and a foul, Mascari from behind got a piece of him approaching half court. And a 1-and-1 with 30.3 to go. Stoll had a decent look. He's been hot. He's had a huge half. Right on line, but just short. Here's Smith, the front end. It's good. Nobody seemed to know that was a 1-and-1. Nobody moved. That was the final 1-and-1. And one more, and it's good. Again, it's a 3-score game. Timeout, Stevenson with 30.3 to go. Stevenson 77, York 70. Timeout here on the Spartan Sports Network.
It's going to be another epic year of high school hoops. And Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK are ready for tip-off. Tune in every week for the high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Plus, go to 98.9WOYK.com for a full breakdown of the teams and the players of the York Adams League. The high school basketball game of the week, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. Catch all the action all season on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350, online at 98.9WOYK.com, or download the new WOYK app.
It's almost time. The York Revolution roster is being built for the upcoming season. And right here is where you get the news first. Join Daryl Henry and Revs manager Mark Mason for Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy. The latest player signings, plus interviews live on the show each week. Coming up this week, the York Revolution are signing. That wouldn't be fun. You gotta tune in to find out. Revs Hot Stove Weekly, presented by Shipley Energy.
Monday, February 7th at 6 p.m. on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK.
Hi, this is Jerry Wagner. You're listening to York College Basketball on the Spartan Sports Network. Let's go, York.
Spartans down 77-70, 30.3 to go. And those free throws making it a 3-score game again. Mascari into Kelly. He'll grab it and go into the front court and speeding in. Floats it out left corner. Rymel a 3, and it airballed short. I wonder if it was tipped. Mustangs up the left sideline, a foul, and Khalil Richard will have 2 at the line with 18.5 to go. The Spartans are going to come up short down the stretch again. Sean Kelly with his third. And Khalil Richard, 81% at the line, their best. His first is good. 15 for Richard tonight. One of 3 Mustangs in double figures. And second one bounces in. 79-70. Kelly again will speed it ahead. Kelly in and kicks to Stoll. Fake, sidestep, left side 3. That was airballed short. And Wesley gobbles it up in the final 5 seconds. Will be dribbled out by Richard as Gary Stewart makes sure he got it across the timeline in time. He does, and the ball game is over. Stevenson wins it by a final score of 79-70. Teams line up and shake hands, and the Spartan frustration continues. Another game that they were in late, but come up short once more. 79-70, the final score here tonight. They were down big in the first half, made a run at it, but once again, not enough. Post-game show coming up here on the Spartan Sports Network.
There's no running from it. Tax season will be here before you know it. The professionals at Frank Storm & Company can help alleviate the headache. Voted one of the best for all 21 years by the York Dispatch readers for both your personal and business tax needs, Frank Storm & Company makes the process easy. Payrolls, sales tax, preparation of financial statements, in addition to your personal tax service. Call today to set up your appointment at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Frank Storm & Company, committed to personalized quality service.
Your home for York's home team. The York College Spartans play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.
Based right here in York, Gladfelder Insurance Group is one of the largest program managers and insurance brokers in the United States, with more than 500 associates serving 30,000 clients. From the Gladfelder Agency, an all-lines full-service agency in York, to specialty programs insurance serving the needs of commercial clients, including emergency responders, healthcare facilities, schools, towns, churches, and more, Gladfelder has been earning the trust of its clients for 70 years. Gladfelder Insurance Group, a tradition of service founded on trust. Gladfelder Insurance Group is a proud supporter of York College of Pennsylvania and Spartan Athletics on WOYK.
The Philadelphia Eagles play here. Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports.
Up frustration again for the Spartans tonight. 79-70 is the final score. Darrell Henry back with you as we welcome you to the post game here from Owings Mills Gymnasium. York falls to 6-11, 2-10 in conference play, and it's a 7th straight loss. Stevenson now 10-8 overall, 5-6 in conference play. And the Spartans will host Widener on Saturday, looking to snap this skid. And tonight, another game in which it was an uphill battle throughout the night. Another game in which they got close and had some kind of chance, a decent chance, going into the final minutes, within 5 at one point. Might have even been 4 in the final minutes. It was at least 5. Not quite the last possession or last minute decision that the 2 games were last week. This one was a 2 and 3 score game in the final minutes, but after getting down 15 late in the first half, Spartans got back in it and gave themselves a chance tonight. But again, the uphill battle thing, they trailed for 37 and a half minutes tonight out of the 40. They led for just over 2 minutes when the game was changing hands back and forth in the opening couple of minutes tonight. But once again, it was pretty much uphill sledding in the snow. And Stevenson wins it 79-70. Take a look at our post-game stats. Inside the Numbers, brought to you by Frank Storm and Company. Tax season is coming up quicker than you would probably prefer. Skip the headache. Let Frank Storm and Company take care of your numbers this spring at one of 3 convenient locations: York, Dallastown, and Hanover. Spartans end up shooting 51% for the game tonight, 51%. Stevenson, 52%, however. And then the Spartans, who shot incredibly well from inside the arc. In fact, it was 25 for 35. From 3, just 3 for 20. Stevenson, by comparison, from 3, 6 for 18. And that's at least 3 games in a row now where York has really struggled from deep. The last 3 games, somewhere around 16, 17% probably now from 3. And that's not really like them. For the season, they are 5th in the conference percentage-wise from 3 and 4th in the conference in made threes per game, but they are not going here these last 3 games. And then from the foul line, they hurt themselves at times tonight, especially early. 5 for 6 in the second half, but 6 for 13 in the first half, and they totaled at 58% from the free throw line, 11 for 19. Stevenson, 13 for 17 at the line, 76.5%. Rebounding numbers, even at 30, so were the offensive boards, 6 apiece, and that was a win for York. Stevenson, the number 1 rebounding team in the league coming in, offensive rebounding as well. Spartans certainly more than held their own there. They lost the turnover battle, however, committing 18, which they did clean up some after halftime. Stevenson only coughed it up 13 times. Mustangs did outscore York 18-14 in points off turnovers, 11-4 in fast break points. Both teams with pretty good assist numbers tonight. Stevenson had 16, York had 14. Mustangs did have 11 steals, York with 6. And some of the other specialty scoring numbers: Spartans outscored the Stangs in the paint 40-32. Actually outscored them in second chance points 10-8. Stevenson's bench, though, they are a very deep team. Bench points, they outscored York 29-19. And individually, Stevenson led by Khalil Richard with 16. He also had 6 assists tonight. He is their leading scorer and ended up just above his average for the year. Bo Wesley, a double-double, 12 points, 10 rebounds, his 4th double-double this season, and also had 3 steals. Ronald Ayers, freshman guard, he had 10, 8 of those in the first half when he hit a couple of threes. Spartans led by David Giuliani, 1 point shy of his career high, had 23 points, 4 rebounds, couple of assists, 10 for 15 shooting, 1 for 3 from 3. Did go 2 for 5 from the line, and he had been shooting free throws really, really well. Travis Stoll, Jackson Mascari, each with 14 points. Mascari, a new career high with his 14. He also had 8 rebounds, 5 for 7 shooting. Stoll, on his 14 points, 5 for 10 shooting, and he made some great plays around the basket. And was 4 for 4 from the free throw line. And Riley Dobernecki, 6 points, 8 boards tonight, 3 assists. He tied Mascari for the team rebounding lead. Sean Kelly, 4 points, 4 assists. Spartans also getting 4 from Myers, 3 from Rymel, 2 from Fowler. But not enough tonight as another comeback bid comes up short. So perhaps the Widener Pride can be the victims on Saturday. A little safari hunting at the Grumbacher Center as the Pride come in And the Spartans will try to get their first win since December 18th. I mean, we had the holiday break and then a nice chunk of the schedule wiped out by COVID. And since then, this nasty streak on which they've endured. But perhaps Saturday can be the day. And the women will tip it off at 1, the men at 3. We'll be on at 12:45 on Saturday, back home at the Grumbacher Center. We hope you can join us then. Of course, the video feed on ycpspartans.com with our broadcast. And that is up next. The women, a big win earlier tonight, 60-53. They were put through the ringer a little bit after getting out to a huge lead, and Stevenson twice in the second half got within 1, but the women win it 60-53. Alana Bortner, 18. Kayla Ferris, 10 points, 13 boards. Another double-double. What else is new? Brady Zumbrum with 12. And the women stay within a game of first behind Messiah, and will enter Saturday well-positioned, back at home, 10-2 in conference, looking to keep it going. Again, that's at 1 p.m., and the men overdue for a win. Will tip it off at 3. So Saturday at home against Widener. Hope you can join us for that. Friday night on WOYK, high school hoops with West York visiting Susquehannock. Will be on at approximately 7:15. Our coverage, as always, presented by WellSpan Sports Medicine. That's one of 2 regular season games remaining on our broadcast schedule. And then the following Friday, the league playoffs get underway already. Time does fly. But coming up next here on WOYK, some Big Ten hoops on Westwood One. Will join Wisconsin and Illinois in progress right now. And until Saturday, for Scott Geis and Derek Berenshausen behind the scenes back home in York, Daryl Henry saying so long from Owings Mills. Again, the finals tonight, the York College women winning earlier 60-53. And the men fall in the nightcap by a final score of 79-70. Thanks a lot for listening. Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll talk to you Saturday. 12:45 is our pregame time right here on the Spartan Sports Network.
Thank you for listening to York College Basketball on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. Catch the Spartans all season right here on York's only local sports station. Tune in 15 minutes before tip-off for the pregame show with head coaches Matt Hunter and Betsy Whitman. Listen on the go with the new WOYK app and online at 989WOYK.com. Spartan basketball all season on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK. First in York, first in sports. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming already in progress on Sports Radio 98.9 FM and 1350 WOYK, York.